Shabbat Shalom, Miss Sandra.
Hey, Sandra.
Shabbat Shalom, brothers and sisters, brother and sister.
How are you today?
You're looking good.
I am grateful. You are too, shining bright like the light.
That's right.
What a flashlight.
Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
You had a good week?
No, the light of Yahusha. Oh, yes. Still here in the land of the living, and I still have a mind to serve Yahuwah.
Shabbat Shalom.
Hey, Shabbat Shalom, everybody.
Roz.
Hi, Roz. Hey, how y'all doing?
Good, Roz, or Roz?
You know, I need to teach Joe to bring my coffee like Blue brings yours.
Well, he looks like an affable young man. I bet he would be happy to do that.
I think he would.
Unmade, of course.
Cooperative.
I was just about to text Yami and Raul and hope that they are going to be able to join in today, but I know they can't.
Oh, I don't know. Is someone sick?
Well, Raul's back hurts so bad it's hard for him to. Oh, I'm publishing this one. Never mind. It's just easier for him to monitor.
Yes. Yeah.
Hey, someone new.
Andy?
Do we know you, Andy?
No, I'm kind of new. So I just came out of Christianity and just really wanting to learn more about Yahuwah.
Well,
Wonderful.
welcome.
Congratulations. I mean, welcome.
Thanks, guys.
Hey, Chance.
Yeah.
Hey, Chance.
I won't be able to stay on camera for long, but I will be following along with the show, guys. So
Okay.
Good
That's
to
great.
see
thank y'all for having me.
No, we won't. You got me, Chance?
Yeah, nice to see you, brothers and sisters.
Nice to see you. I have a question for you.
too.
I know you've been studying, all the Ibiram and all that. And so during Mark's broadcast last night, I just kept hearing love, love, love. But like you at times, I don't want to hear the English word love. And so what I wanted to hear was the Hebrew love. So I went and I looked up and what are we seeing?
Down. There you go.
Is it Ahaba?
Ahava.
Yeah,
Ahaba.
I looked up two words. One was said, and one was ahav, but it's not a V. So how do you say that word?
It's AHAB.
It's
It's so good to see you,
Aha.
Bill.
Because he is kindness.
It's HABA.
I got my coffee, Phil.
Ahaba with the H. Ahab. Or you could, if you say Ahab is love, so if we say like the H on the end is like revealing something. It's a man going like this. So it's like behold or reveal. So when you say Ahaba, you're like you're expressing your love to somebody, and Ahab is like love.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Yes. All right. Well, thank you for clarifying that.
So if I see her doing this to me.
but just the English word love just doesn't get it for how awesome Yahuwah is. So I'm just like, that don't get it. That don't get it. So that was really good. Mark's study last night I thought was just so great, and he gave me a lot to type out this week.
Phil, we were just talking about you yesterday. We're glad you're back.
Yes, we've been missing you, Phil.
Well, I've been out in the field a lot. So I tried to beat Phyllis, though. I was trying to beat Phyllis. That was my main thing, and I was way late. So I apologize for my inadequacy this morning. I tried to get the link. I sent Mark a text, and stone cold paid me back. I don't care. But anyway, yeah, I've done so much stuff through Yahuwah. It's he's directed me. I'll have to tell you eventually, but I don't want to bore you now. But anyway, thank you, and great to see everybody.
Yeah,
Yes.
you too,
Nice
man.
to see you.
What are we on here today? Do you know? You remember?
Genesis 19.
19.
Genesis 19?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Arigato.
Phyllis, did you bring your little turtle friend to join us today?
She's turned
Oh, I
off.
can't hear you. I read some lips. No, you didn't, but
I haven't seen him for a few days, but I have a turtle friend I can bring over here to keep us company.
Don't be slow now.
I loved that little clip the other day when Lou said he's cold-blooded animal, but he's got a warm heart. I loved that. That was so sweet.
Here we go.
Oh, there's your
this is-
turtle
This
friend.
is my replacement. Davy's dad sent this to me. Do y'all remember him? I don't know if he'll ever join us again, but
Maybe
I'm
Stan.
hoping so.
Oh yeah, he's sweet. I've been missing him. I haven't seen him in the chat room
Yeah.
for a while. Maybe a few weeks. He sneaks in on us sometimes.
Oh, our visitor left.
Oh
Phil, you must have just knocked him right off.
yeah, he may have gotten disconnected.
Now see, I'm blamed. It's a good thing I came back, Phyllis, so you can yeah.
He said he wasn't going to get to stay on the whole time, but he'd be listening.
Yeah, I think he did say that, didn't he?
Yeah, he did.
He just gave us a face to remember.
Yeah. Looked like a nice guy.
Yeah.
That lesson last night was right on time. This week, there was people not understanding that Yahuwah is one. A lot.
To those who have been renewed in our mind, it's so obvious. We can't imagine. And yet I remember being a Christian saying, yeah, I got it. Just like the egg, the yolk and the white and the shell, but now that just looks stupid now.
Well,
I'm with you on that, Phyllis. I was there too, the clover, the 3-leaf clover, the egg, and still back in my head all those years ago, it was like, June, this don't make sense, but that's what they say, and they must know more than you do. So, yeah.
that was the one that really tripped you up. They must know more.
Well, I know because several times I went to the preacher and after a service, and I would say, this doesn't link up, and one of my questions I remember at the time, I was saying, there's no way he died on Friday and rose on Sunday morning. That just doesn't line up. I've read and read and read this, and something's wrong with this. And I was pointed at, and I was told, June, you asked too many questions, and you need to leave it to the ones that know. You just come in and you be quiet, and you will learn. And I'm like, but that didn't answer my question. So yeah, a lot of people got upset with me for asking. I was always asking questions, and so that was when the Spirit moved on. The Spirit just moved and said, oh, you're asking questions. And so that's when I go to the Word and start studying the Word for myself and just say, I've got to get these answers some way. Nobody else is giving them to me. And that was after years. So hallelujah.
I had a question nobody answered either, because I wanted to know how it is that we could claim the the blessings in the Tanakh and not have to obey the commandments. That I never got a good answer for that one either.
Well, I know now that they didn't have answers. I actually studied in Bible college for a year. And so I went there for a year, and you go in there and you open the Bible and they hand you a book and a stack of papers and they say, okay, now memorize this. This is the doctrine. This is the doctrine. This is what you learn. And I would be like, well, what about this verse over here? And they say, no, this is what's in the book. This is what we teach here. So that was a little college that's in your area.
Berea.
It was Louisville. Oh my! But I'm like, okay, didn't learn anything here.
The key to their response is, this is what we don't teach anything. Yahuwah teaches everything. So when they say we, or this is how we do it, wrongville. That's the first indication of they're not of the set apart spirit, for sure. And I always had that quiet rebellion too. Even the J name, when people would weep and use that name, I always thought something's not right. I didn't know what it was, but I think Yahuwah instilled in all of us that quiet rebellion, a respectful rebellion against the teaching of men. And it just had to mature and in its own time and in his time. So we can't look upon any others with disdain or anything, because he will reveal whom he wants to reveal this to, and that's it. And only in the time he's going to reveal it. So we cannot, it's his game, not ours. We just have to be obedient in the way he wants us to be obedient. And each one of us, I think each one of us, we're not all treated the same. So it's just through our personality. So, and what we're supposed to do. So we have to listen to him. So that group think has gotten so many people in trouble, and so many, organizations in trouble, because that's the tactic of the beast. Cognitive dissonance to a method or to a doctrine that's not the Father's doctrine. So I've really learned all this. He's taught me all these things, and the soft approach to loving people. And then the people, this is what this whole summer's been about. Service to a lot of people. He told me, this is what I want you to do. Soft approach. Don't even mention my name. They'll see my name through you and through your acts of service, and not taking any credit, but giving all credit to him. So that's what I've been doing. And he's told me personally, I'm not talking about anyone else here, put your money where your mouth is, Phil. You know all this stuff now. What are you doing about it? You're not in the field. You're not in the arena. You are, but you aren't. One foot's still in the safety of, whatever. I can't put it into words right now. But anyway, that's the whole thing. So we can't look upon each other as, why is Phyllis doing this? Do you like how I picked you, Phyllis? But, it's her calling. It's what she's supposed to be doing. So just like when Peter asked about John, Yahusha said, what's it to you? Mind your own business, man. He's doing what I want him to do. And if I decide that he remains, he remains. That is none of your business. So I've tried to stay out of people's business even more spiritually, and just be his light and be his love.
Thank you, Phil. That was wonderful. I agree in so many ways, but I just wanted to say to Andy, thank you, Andy. It was nice just being able to get to see you. Thanks for being so polite and introducing yourself. And Phil, what about when not only I think, but I believe, and this, I love that one too. Well, I believe what the scriptures say, that the scriptures say this. I believe.
Yes. Oh, that I is, we're not supposed to have any others before his face, any other mighty ones. Well, we become a mighty one when we think we know everything, or we think our doctrine is better than the other person's. That's a mighty one. That's a stronghold. So it doesn't have to be some big image of something. It's us. Isn't it interesting how Facebook is called Facebook? We have our own face before everyone. I think there's much more to that title of that delivery method, and it's got some good points too, of course. But think about that for a moment. That's the very first commandment: "Thou shalt have no other mighty ones." Well, I can consider myself a mighty one, just like Hashatan said, "You will be as Gods and know good and evil. You'll know everything." And Yahuwah warned me, be careful of knowing too much about the other side, because if you do, you tend to get puffed up. I don't think, but he warned me about too much information because I am interested in all that type of thing. So anyway, it's just some thoughts that he put in my mind to keep me on track, and you know what I mean? But yeah, exactly what you said, Phyllis. That activated when you said that. Exactly. He spoke to me about that probably 6 months ago. So I had a tendency to do that. That's one of my things. I study the enemy so that I know what the enemy is going to do in reverse of him, which he allowed me to do, and made me great interpretation of those things. But he also warned me to be careful. So it was just interesting. Thank you.
And you've got TikTok, which is like a bomb that's going to go off at some point. And then you also have YouTube, which is also another in your face kind of thing. Because everybody has to, well, Facebook, they get up in the morning, and I've known people that said, oh, I had a cup of coffee, I had some eggs, and I had a piece of toast. They had to tell what their breakfast was, and it's like they have to it's all about them and being on there, getting the likes, just getting people to kind of worship them. Well, it's not kind of, it is.
Something the Father's been putting on me is let others exalt off of you. It's when you're like somebody's trying to explain something to you, cheer with them and say, instead of being like, I already know that. Yeah, the Father showed me that a long time ago and stuff. Let people exalt off of you so they can cheer and rise up off of you. That's upbuilding. You know what I mean? Instead of being Mr. Know-it-all all the time, let somebody cheer off of you. Let them boast in you. Oh yeah, and they might in their heart be like, oh, I did that. I learned that. Even if you do know it, but allow them to boast on you. Allow them to cheer in you. Allow them to exalt and be upbuilt in you. That's something I've been learning with the Father is to allow them to exalt in you.
I keep forgetting what I want to say by the time I finish listening to the speaker. But one thing is, yes, that's a very good idea. I never thought about that, Chance. Let them, but also we have to remember that if anyone should boast, let him boast that I know them or they know me. I keep getting that reversed. But yeah, it's that's a very good point.
Yeah, when like Yahuwah reveals something to you, or you're taught in the Word, you're so excited and elevated. You want to tell somebody, and you're like, "Whoo, you're feeling all good," and you tell somebody, and you're like, "Oh yeah, I already knew that." Oh, yeah, I already knew that. Now, how do you feel about that? Oh, you know what I mean? Let them be boastful in you. They're boasting in Yahuwah. Cheer with them. Shaul says it all the time. Those who are lowly, be low with them. Those who are cheering, cheer with them. Boast with them. To be happy, proud, lift your hands. Hallelujah. Thank you, Yahuwah, for revealing that. Even if you have it in your mind and you already knew that, sometimes just, it's about the upbuilding, I don't know. It's a beautiful thing to think about.
I mean, so Sister Phyllis, you provoked this song. Yirmiyahu 9:23. Thus say Yahuwah, Let not the wise boast in his wisdom. Let not the mighty boast in his might, nor let the rich boast in his riches, but let him who boast of this, that he understands, departing from evil, and knows me, that I am Yahuwah, doing kindness, right ruling, and righteousness in the earth. For in thee I delight, declares Yahuwah. Amen.
Hallelujah. I remember now what I was trying to remember earlier. You have to enter as a little child. That chance. That's kind of what you were saying. We can't go up to Yahuwah and tell him what we think he ought to be doing. We have to go up to Yahuwah and say, "Yes, sir."
You know, it's a really good thing to keep the fire burning too when some of the babes coming in, you know what I mean? They they get through some of their perhaps getting some of the religious stuff weeded out, and you know how Yahusha says no one knows who the Father is except the Son and who he decides to reveal. When this revelation hits somebody, you know what I mean? It's very, I just it's showing that he's one. You know what I mean? And that's a big thing there because even in scripture, no one knows who the Son is except the Father and who he decides to reveal to him. So when just what it's important for us to this is pressed upon me heavy is to let others exalt on you, even if it's the small things. Wow, that is so cool. Thank you for sharing that. You, even if you knew, wow, that is so great. Thank you for sharing that. That's called humble. That's humbling yourself and not allowing the flesh to get in your way. You know what I mean? And we all want to be Mr. Know-it-alls, and the flesh is a dangerous thing. You know what I mean? The flesh is so terrible sometimes. I gotta whip myself all the time. Whipping, which, put a big whip on me like, wow, this terrible, you know what I mean? But that's the big thing I've been going through the last couple of days, pressed upon me. He's like, my son, let people exalt on you. You don't have to always be hard-headed, all, and you know what I mean? Just back up, man. Let somebody exalt on you and see what happens. And then you can sit back and exalt in yourself, you know what I mean? Being proud in your heart, allowing somebody to exalt on you. Remember, this is all exaltation in Yahuwah. You know what I mean? So this is all like exaltation of Yahuwah. We're all praising Yahuwah, and, we're all at different stages, in our understanding. So, and it's all built for edification and upbuilding. Let somebody upbuild on you. Be cheerful. It's such a beautiful thing.
So is that the same as esteeming others better than yourself? And it's all about esteeming Yahuwah and not about self? Hallelujah. I think that's what you're saying, brother. Thank you for sharing that. That's great.
Sounds like Brother Chance is turning away from the milk and taking some of the meat.
I mean, growing.
I'm getting away from that milk. I want that solid food. You know what I mean? Take this bottle away from me.
Yeah, all of you are just glowing with Yahushua today. Hallelujah.
That is the quote I was going for. Thank you, Brother Mark.
That speaks of, like, trustworthy and self-control and patience. You know what I mean? Patience for the upbuilding, self-controlling yourself so you're not caught off trying to, be prideful and proud in your heart. You know what I mean? And being trustworthy also. So, this all speaks of those three, you know.
So he exalts the lowly and brings down the haughty. Hallelujah.
I learned a little bit about this word, hasad. It is a wall and a thorn bush and a door. Well, when you build a shelter out in the wilderness, you surround it with thorns so no creatures come in there to attack you. So a wall of protection, and then when you add a door to it, it's an opening into that wall of protection, and it has to do with kindness, mercy, and compassion. Hasad. So the wall of protection has an opening to refuge. Yahuwah's not always going to be mad at us. He's going to open the door for us if we repent and come back. Otherwise, we're outside of that wall of protection. You got to get that door open for you and come back into his hasad.
Amen. And Yahushua is the door to the sheepfold.
I'll reveal this cool secret. You just did it to me, Sandra. You did it. All right. Hey, I was talking to Ross a lot lately, and I thank you, sister, for being there to hear me out. And I'm going through a lot, as you can see. Who is downloading a lot into me through this
Yes.
this tongue. But Sandra, the word Yahuda, Yah gives door to life. Yahusha is the door, and he came from the line of Yahuda. So when we look at the word Yahuda, we see the door in there, Yah, and then the U means give. The Dalet means door, and then life, breath. Yahuda, the mighty lion of Yahuda, Yahusha. So Yah gives door to life through Yahusha, who came from the line of Yahuda. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
Yeah.
Thank you for sharing.
While we're waiting, I'll just keep bumping my lips here. If you bear with me. The word kum, it means to rise, right? Well, if we look at the Q, it's the sun coming over the horizon, and then it's give, a u, and then It's water. So when you break forth over the horizon into a cup, you rise like water rising. Kum. When you say kum, it means to rise. Break forth and rise. So looking at it from the ancient tongue, it's the sun coming over the horizon, giving or going into a cup of water, which water rises. Kum. Break forth and rise. When Yahusha says to the little girl that had died, Kum, my daughter, break forth and rise. It's such a powerful word. It's 3 letters, Qum. It's Kuf, Ua, Ma'im. Break forth and rise. It's so powerful. And then there's another one. I won't go too deep into it. Takuma. Those with the name of Yahuwah sealed shall rise and break forth to life. It's the resurrection. Takuma. Marked, break forth, and rise to life. Ta-kuma. I don't know. That one's really powerful.
So, Chance, does that mean to break forth, to rise to righteousness, and become awakened from darkness into his light? That's what he's saying. It's like,
Yeah,
wake up.
you could
Get
definitely
out of
go.
this deep drunkenness of disobedience. Come forth in me. Is that what that's actually?
Let me go to it here.
That's what I'm getting out of what you're saying.
It's really so powerful, Sandra. So the first letter is a ta. It's a mark. The ta, the aleph and the ta. It's a mark, right? Kuf means to rise or break forth. Ua is a nail. When you nail something to a wall, you've added something. So you nailed something to the wall. The ma'im is the water, and then the man, hey, with his hands up, is revealing something, or it means breath. So putting it all together, marked, break forth, add, or mark, break forth, and rise to life. Takuma. When you put all these together, so right here, marked, break forth, and rise to life. Mark, break forth, and rise like water to life. A man with his arms up. That's the resurrection. Those marked with his name are going to break forth and rise to life. Isn't that something? Takuma. That blew me away. That is so powerful.
Thank
Now
you
I
for
got
sharing that with us, Chance. I appreciate it. I'm just kind of stunned by the information.
here. I'll show it to you again. How it each sign. I'd name them like this. This one is the mark. You're marked with the name. This is a sun coming up, so you're rising. This is an and this is water rising to life. Beautiful. Old Mark.
Shabbat shalom, Mark.
Hey,
Shabbat shalom, everybody. All right, let's get started. Got 35 in here. We can go now. So we're back in Genesis. I think we left off on 18. So we'll be in 19 today. I'd like to get through 25, but we'll see how it goes. There's a couple of chapters. So it's going to be reading, really. Ain't a whole lot there. But who wants to get us started? Chapter 19. Genesis. Go ahead, June.
And the 2 messengers came to Sodom in the evening, and Lot was sitting in the gate of Sodom. And when Lot saw them, he rose up to meet them. And he bowed himself with his face toward the ground, and he said, "Look, please, my masters, please turn in to your servant's house and spend the layla and wash your feet and rise early and go your way." And they said, "No, but let us spend the layla in the open square." But he urged them strongly, and they turned in to him and came into his house. And he made them a feast and baked unleavened bread, and they ate. Before they lay down, the men of the city, the men of Sodom, both old and young, all the people from every part surrounded the house. And they called to Lot and said to him, "Where are the men who came to you tonight? Bring them out to us and let us know them." So Lot went out to them through the doorway and shut the door behind him and said, "Please, my brothers, do not do evil. Look, please, I have 2 daughters who have not known a man. Please let me bring them out to you and do to them as you wish. Only do no deed to these men, because they have come under the shadow of my roof." But they said, "Stand back." And they said, "This one came in to sojourn, and should he always judge? Now we are going to treat you worse than them." So they pressed hard against the man Lot and came near to break down the door. But the men reached out their hands and pulled Lot into the house with them and shut the door. Then they struck the men who were at the doorway of the house with blindness, both small and great, and they wearied themselves to find the door. And the men said to Lot, "Have you anyone else here, a son-in-law, and your sons and your daughters, and whomever you have in the city? Bring them out of this place, for we are going to destroy."
Okay, hang on a minute.
Okay.
Okay, so here in 11, these men were able to strike these other men and cause them to be blind, both small and great. And then all of a sudden, they're saying, and the men said to Lot, "Have you anyone else here, a son-in-law, sons, daughters?" Okay. What's going on here? So these people, these men here seem to have some type of power where they were able to strike these men blind, but yet they seem to be limited in their power, since they don't know if Lot has sons or son-in-laws or anything about Lot. So there seems to be something here, power, but yet restricted. What's going on here? Somebody. Phyllis?
I believe they were messengers, but messengers do not have the omnipresence or the omniscience of Yahuwah.
Right. Go ahead, Ross.
They were gathering the ones that were, well, they were trying to gather the ones that were righteous, but then the ones that were the sons and daughters of Lot that were in other houses decided not to choose Yahuwah and go that path. So this was the gathering up of the ones that Yahuwah, when Abram had said about the righteous, if there were 50 righteous, if there were 10, 40, and all the way down to 10.
I'm not getting that out of that, Roz.
Okay.
There seems to be that these men have power, but they're limited in what they can do. And so I think what Phyllis was saying there is probably is what's really going on. But it's kind of amazing because look, these men are messengers, right? They're the Malachim. It kind of shows us that Malachim are powerful but limited. Well, what's the devil? Is he not a Malachim? He is. There's a misconception through Christendom, especially, that the devil's this all-powerful being that can watch everybody, what you're doing, be inside everybody's head, influence you. Everything you do bad's because the devil's making you do it. I got this weird vision of him where he's this red dragon with scales, horns, and a tail and a pitchfork, you know. And he's got all this power. Well, look, I think this is very, very interesting here because it's really revealing to us that there's no doubt that and we're going to find out even more, okay, that these men have power, but they're limited. So they can't be Yahuwah. They can't be the Son. They can't be the Ruach HaKodesh. This is not proving a Trinity at all because they're limited in power. Yahuwah is not limited in power at all. Y'all picking up on laying down on that? Any questions, thoughts, or comments? Sandra?
I was wondering, were they also like sent to forewarn and to save and deliver Lot's household? So they was giving him an opportunity before they performed their mission to destroy that city. Is that what's going on there?
I guess in a way. I don't think their primary mission was to go save Lot and his daughters, but it became part of their mission on their way, didn't it?
Because he washed their feet and provided them into his household. So because of that, that's why it's like Rahab housed the two messengers, and because she did that, they told her a way to be delivered from Jericho, and it's kind of like that.
Yeah. Sort of like, I mean, I don't want to put too much focus here on Lot at this point. I think once they stopped and they ate with Abraham, and Yahuwah told them to go do the mission, you know, go do what I brought you here to do, that they were there with Abraham and everything. You know, remember he washed their feet and fed them and all that kind of stuff. And I think after they left and Abraham was pleading to Yahuwah to deliver others. And so Abraham must have had some type of love for other people because he's begging him. And maybe Abraham had Lot in the back of his mind, but he wasn't just saying, please save Lot, you know, my relatives. He was saying, you know, if there's 100 righteous, will you destroy it? You know, so he was pleading for others. So intercession prayer is allowed. You can pray for the deliverance of others, even the wicked. And who knows? You might just do it. Depends on how much he likes you. See what I'm saying? So these two men went about their way. Then Yahuwah spoke with Abraham, and he made a deal with Abraham that, hey, you know, if there's 10 righteous, I won't even destroy the city at all. At all. You know, well, there wasn't 10 righteous, was there? And so the messengers must have gotten a message from Yahuwah to go tell Lot to get out of the city along the way. Otherwise, how would they have known Lot? They weren't there when Abraham talked to Yahuwah. Remember? They went. They left. They weren't part of the conversation. So somewhere along the lines, they're not all powerful. They don't know all things. So somewhere along the line, Yahuwah must have came to him and said, hey, go to Lot and get him out of there before you destroy the city, because there's not 10 people. There's no 10 righteous there. So how many were there? How many people actually left that city? Ross?
There was 4. Lot, his wife, and the 2 daughters.
There you go. That's 6 short of 10. All right. Any other thoughts, comments, or questions? All right, then, June, let's continue on.
Okay, chapter 19, verse 13. For we are going to destroy this place, because the cry against them has grown great before the face of Yahuwah, and Yahuwah has sent us to destroy it. And Lot went out and spoke to his sons-in-law, who had married his daughters, and said, get up, get out of this place, for Yahuwah is going to destroy this city. But to his sons-in-law, he seemed to be as one joking. And when morning dawned, the messengers urged Lot to hurry, saying, get up, take your Asha and your 2 daughters who are here, lest you be consumed in the punishment of the city.
Okay, stop. Okay, now isn't this interesting? So here, all of a sudden, okay, he says, we're going to destroy this city. We're sitting here to destroy it. But then Lot went out after he heard that to his son-in-law, who had married his daughters. His son-in-law that had married his daughters? He must have took a couple of Lot's daughters' wives, because he says, don't say son-in-law, don't say son-in-laws. So Lot went out and spoke to his son-in-law, which is singular, who had married his daughters, which is plural, and said, get up and get out of this place, for he was going to destroy it. But his son-in-law, he seemed to be as one joking, but to his son-in-law. So he thought he was just joking for some reason. This is kind of odd, because he knows Lot, the son-in-law. He should know that Lot's serious. He's not joking about something like that. Okay, so what's going on here? I thought Lot only had 2 daughters. And why aren't they being delivered with the other 2? What's up? I mean, it just says daughters. It don't tell us how many. I mean, there could be 10, all we know. Maybe 2. It's daughters, so it's definitely plural. So there has to be a minimal of 2, right? But it could be a lot more. We don't know. We know it's one son-in-law. And so then it says, get up, take your Asha and your 2 daughters who are here, and at least they be consumed. So what's up, man? I thought there was only 4. Lot only had 2 daughters. Anybody? What's going on here, man? Isn't it funny how when you read scripture that it just, totally destroys, what you've been programmed? In Christianity, everybody's programmed to believe that Lot only had 2 daughters, okay? And they're programmed that Lot left this city and went straight to the mountain. And he didn't. And you're going to find out he didn't. That's not true either. See how when you read scriptures slowly and deliberately and study it, how much more you take in? You know why that happens? Because you're programmed to accept the lies of false teachers so deeply that even when you read it yourself, you skip all over everything that hasn't been programmed into your mind. So your subconscious mind does that to you. You've been taught that, and you read this 10 times, but you still believe the lie, although the truth is right there in front of your face. Why? Because your subconscious mind is detouring over the truth because you've been programmed to accept the lie. Are you all seeing that? I understand what I'm saying? So what's up with this daughter thing, somebody? Why is Lot got more son-in-law and daughters? So what does that prove that we were just talking about? We just said that these messengers were limited because they were able to blind somebody, but they didn't know anything about Lot. But it turns out here that they did know. Or did they? Yeah, they knew. It says, but they're asking, have you anyone else here a son-in-law and your sons and your daughters and whoever you have in the city? Bring them out of this place. Okay, so it's not saying anything about Lot's sons, right? But definitely they knew about a son-in-law, which is singular, and your daughters, and they knew he had more daughters. Your sons, you don't see anything about him having sons, but perhaps he did. So if we read on, we'll see if it mentions anything about him talking to his sons. So what's going on, man? Somebody, what's up? Chance?
Up here in let me see if I can find it again. It says Lot had 2 daughters who have not known man. So perhaps these women weren't engaging in the crimes that Sodom and Gomorrah were doing.
Which ones?
So up here in
the ones that are married, or the ones that are the 2 that are leaving with him?
Up here in let me see here. I just had it. At verse 8, 19:8, it says, "Look, please, I have 2 daughters who have not known a man." Could that have something to do with it?
No. I mean, in 15, it says, and when morning dawned, the messengers urged Lot to hurry, saying, get up, take your Asha and your 2 daughters who are here. They should be consumed in the punishment of the city. Okay, so those 2 girls were younger, unmarried maidens. But yet, he's got a son-in-law, which married his daughters, which is plural. So obviously, Lot had more children than just 2 virgin daughters that he offered to the men that were trying to, trying to assault his visitors. All right. So interesting. Lot goes because they said, because Yahuwah sent us to destroy the city. So Lot went out, spoke to his son-in-law who had married his daughters. Obviously, he has more daughters than just the 2, because those 2 are virgins. They're maidens, obviously. So he's got more daughters. He's got a son-in-law. And according to these messengers, he has sons. Back up in 12. And the men said to Lot, have you anyone else here, a son-in-law, and your sons? You got more than 1 son. And your daughters. He's got more daughters. The only ones that actually leave there. It's kind of amazing because it makes you wonder if Lot's son-in-law and his daughters, we don't know how many there were, but we know there has to be at least 2 because it's plural, and his sons. Did he have enough to add up to 10? And if he did, maybe they weren't all righteous. That's why they were left behind and destroyed with the city. And only Lot and his 2 virgin daughters and his wife was allowed to live. But you have to even start to wonder as we read on whether or not his Asha and his 2 virgin daughters were even righteous. Maybe there was only 1. Maybe it was just Lot. So why did the ones that weren't righteous, the Asha and the two daughters, why were they allowed to go with him? Because he petitioned for them to go? Or Yahuwah knew in his heart that he wanted them to be with him, and so he allowed the wicked to go with him and escape the destruction, the fire? Do you know the Sodom and Gomorrah is a type or foreshadow of the day of Yahuwah? Go ahead, Sandra.
I was wondering what you just said too, that is this possibly a type that we are going forth to warn people to come out from among her, to be delivered from the destruction that's yet to come? That's sort of like seems like a foreshadow. I was looking at 2 Keeper chapter 2, and it says verse 7, Sodom and Gomorrah, verse 7, others bringing in the flood on the world of the wicked, and having reduced to ashes the cities of Sodom and Gomorrah, condemned them to destruction, having made an example to those who afterward would live wickedly, and rescued righteous Lot, who was oppressed with the indecent behavior of the lawless. For yom after yom, that righteous man dwelling among them tortured his righteous being by seeing and hearing their lawless works. So I was thinking that this was sort of like, it's sort of like a prophecy of what we're doing today, trying to warn the wicked to come out and be separate and come into the truth.
That's right, but they don't. And so what this is showing us is the ones that were called out, invited out, didn't go. They didn't show up. They didn't leave. So they were destroyed. Okay. Lot, and you're going to see what I'm talking about. I'm getting a little ahead of myself here because I'm very excited about this chapter. So Lot's wife and his 2 virgin daughters weren't righteous. They had no business leaving that city either. They should have been destroyed. Okay. So Lot himself came out, but he, in his heart, wanted the wicked 2 daughters and wife with him. So Yahuwah allowed it. Do you understand how powerful your petition, your prayer of a righteous man is to Yahuwah? You know how much he loves you? He'll allow you to bring wicked people with you. You'll see what I'm talking about as we get going here. Go ahead, Talita.
Well, I was just thinking because Lot's wife is the one who turns back and then turns to salt, right? So, potentially also, he allowed her to go to also be an example of what happens, that you have to be 100% with Yahuwah. It's not about just a piece of you. You can't be lukewarm, right? So then she's walking away, but she was looking back because she wanted to go. Part of her was still over there.
Yeah. We haven't got that far yet. Like I said, I'm jumping ahead here. It's my fault, but
yeah, sorry about that.
We'll talk a little bit more about that as we continue to read here. But you're bringing up some good stuff, but we just, let's just, wait for just a minute till we get to that point. We'll get back to it. Go ahead, Phyllis.
I was thinking that the daughters and the wife were considered righteous for Lot's sake, because if I just remember that if you think your spouse is not saved, to stay with her so that maybe she will turn. And that also he said that the children are righteous because for the sake of the parents, that children are righteous.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh, and that's a good point. Okay. But obviously the son-in-law, the other daughters, and the other sons didn't fall underneath that covering. Why? Because they were no longer in his house. Yeah, they were members of their own households. But that's a good point, Phyllis. Go ahead, Ross.
They left.
Is that also kind of like a foreshadow of like when Yaakov had Leah and he had Rachel and he had the two handmaidens? Like that's the good side, and then you have that man that's got the two daughters of Lot or whatever with him, and the bad side. You know what I'm saying? You're just like Esau and Yaakov. You had the two. One was with the father, one wasn't. And with them and him having multiple, now that we're seeing it, that he has multiple wives from Lot that are his daughters. You know.
Yeah. Well, we're going to get into that too. So yeah, I kind of agree with what Phyllis was saying there, that the wife and the two daughters were allowed to leave under the cover of Lot, the righteous Lot. But what happens afterwards, okay, shows us who they really are. Okay. And so that reinforces my point. The wicked is allowed to go or come in with a righteous person. Okay. But if they rebel, if they do anything wrong, sin, we say, that sin's still on their head. They're still going to be accountable for that sin, even though they're under the covering of the righteous Lot. See what I'm saying? We're going to see that as we continue on. Like I say, we're way ahead of ourselves right now.
So is that like the little love effect?
Yeah, it is. It really
Instead
is.
of the bride having a guest, the husband had a guest.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we'll get there. We'll get there. Any other thoughts, comments, questions up to this point right here? What's going on right here? So obvious, it's clear, isn't it? That Lot had a son-in-law. He had two maiden daughters. He had married daughters, and he had sons. Everybody agree to that? Okay, go ahead, Roz.
You had said about Lot and about them knowing Lot, but Lot actually recognized them when he was at the gate. He saw them and then he said, Master, and bowed to them. So he knew something was different about them. So he, at that point, as going back to the before chapter 11, I don't remember. I'm not. See, he was sitting in the gate of the Sodom. That's in verse 1.
Okay, look, you brought up a really, really good point. And we need to address this because this is also one of the things that Trinitarians point to. Okay. And so when Lot was sitting at the gate, okay, he was probably watching the sun rise. Who knows why he was sitting there, right? Or the sunset, I mean. Just say he was sitting there watching the sunset. Who knows why he was there? We'll just say that's what he was doing. Okay. And so here come these two messengers. And do you notice that Scripture does call them messengers? Okay. If you look at the King Jimmy or some other translations, it's going to say angels. All right. So this is not, the Pony Express here bringing a message. Okay. These are angels, messengers, Malachim. It's clear because that's what Scripture calls them in 19:1. So then, as Roz was saying, Lot rises up. He saw them. He rose up and went to meet them. Okay, kind of like Abraham did, right? And bowed himself with his face toward the ground and said, "Look, please, my masters, please turn into your servant's house and spend the night." Okay. Is this proving that this was a Trinity because Lot bowed to them and they allowed it? Is that what's going on here? What's going on here then? Sandra?
I noticed from reading scriptures, including this one, that in those days, it was their custom to always humble themselves to others, no matter who they were. And they were being careful, to me, on how they entertained strangers, is what was going on here. And they, like when, remember when Yaqub was going back home, how he bowed himself and humbled himself before Esau, whom he had ran from. That was just their Hebrew custom. Like Chance was talking about earlier about humbling ourselves and esteeming others better than yourself. That would seem to be their habit all the time.
Okay.
I noticed
right.
that.
Yeah, because this isn't saying that he bowed to them and worshiped them. It just says he bowed himself with his face. Have you ever been around somebody real powerful, okay, and you felt humbled in their presence? Have you ever done that? We'll just say your dad. Say your daddy, okay? And you kind of humbled yourself in his presence, right? So he didn't bow to them. It said he bowed himself with his face. That means his face took on humbleness. And so he showed subordination toward these people, okay, because he knew that they were messengers. But he didn't bow to them and worship them. He just submitted to them like they were more powerful than he was, type deal. You know, if you've ever been around somebody who's real prideful and egotistic, they're always got their head up and their chest sticking out and rigid and always trying to look down on you. Okay, this is the opposite of that. Everybody follow along with Lot did not bow to these messengers. If he would have, they would have stopped him. It's not saying anything even close to that. Bowed himself with his face, meaning, you know, he humbled himself in their presence. That's what that means, especially in the Hebrew mindset. So he humbled himself in their presence. That's what he bowed himself with his face means. This doesn't mean he bowed his waist or bowed his knees or even bowed his head like this. No, he didn't. It doesn't say he even bowed his head like that to him, does it? It says he bowed himself with his face, meaning he humbled himself in their presence. Is everybody seeing that? I mean, that's huge. Because Trinitarians like to point to that and say, "Oh, look, Lot bowed down to them, and they allowed it, and so that proves that that's part of the Godhead." That's not true, is it? At all. Everybody following along with that? Anybody got any other thoughts about that? So, with his face toward the ground. He bowed himself with his face toward the ground. And so if he did this, is different than doing this. So if you ever see somebody, you talking to them and they go like this and they won't look at you in the eyes. You ever see that? Why are they doing that? You know, when you're talking to somebody, why do they do this? Why do they do that? You talking to somebody? You ever talk to somebody and they do that? They won't look you in the eye. Why are they doing that? Phyllis?
They're hiding something from the light.
That could be, I guess. But really, it's because they're submitting to you. They're humbling themselves in your presence, and so they're basically submitting to you. You know that you're to them. You seem to be a higher authority, and so they don't want to look you in the eye. They kind of shy away from you. Okay, this is what Lot's doing here. He's not bound to them. He's not worshiping them. If he did, believe me, they would have told him not to do it. There's no way they're going to sit there and take you who is esteemed. These angels, they know better than that. Thoughts, comments, questions? Talita?
Yeah, I just wanted to say about the not looking in the eye. It's also very cultural. For example, I went to the Amazon at some point, and the indigenous people there, like none of them will look you in the eye, but it's also a form of like their community is reserved that way. It's a form of respect in some way, because there's something about the direct eye contact that they're not, that culturally they don't look into each other's eyes unless you're like maybe, you know, in a relation with them or a family member or something like that. And I notice also in Mexico the same with the indigenous there. They won't look at you. They won't look at, like, well, for example, me as a woman. So there would be people that are working there and they won't look at me. Like they won't look at me in the eyes at all. Right. But that's because I'm somebody else's wife. So there's a huge cultural thing there also. So I think, I don't know. I also understand what you're saying, and it also makes a lot of sense. But I think also culturally there's different reasons for that.
No, why is this for
Yeah, that's true. Matter of fact, I think even the American Indians don't do that either, you know. And so it's really not looking somebody in the eye, depending on the culture, is perceived as being polite. Why? Because you're not trying to force your strength or your authority on them by staring them in the eye. Say, yeah, you know what I mean? And so they see that as a threat. They see that as you're trying to disrespect them and overpower them. And so to not to look them dead in the eye is an act of politeness in a lot of cultures. I'm not real sure if back here in this century that, you know, that was the case, but it could be. It very well could have been. But we do see that throughout the world even today, that it's considered polite not to look somebody in the eye. And if you do, it's more of a threat and a disrespect, like you can beat them up or something. I'm challenging you. See who can stare at you in your eyeball. See who can turn away first. You know, who does that? Mostly white people. You know, white races seem to do that. You know, very tribal. You know what I mean? To stare somebody in the eye. And our culture teaches to do that, don't we? You know, stare them in the eye. Don't even blink. See who blinks first. Right? Don't you dare blink. If you blink, that means I'm more powerful than you. Right? Yeah, we're taught that, man. It has a lot to do with the culture, too. I mean, we're warmongers in this country. You know, we want to go around and beat everybody up with our big, bad military. So we're tough guys, right? We're big and bad. We ain't going to blink. We'll come in there and bomb you, man. See what I mean? Our culture, whether you know it or not, or realize it, is built on war. This entire nation was built on warfare. We're warmongers. Don't make a mistake about it. We are. We're a very powerful nation, military-wise. Thoughts, comments, questions? Roz, go ahead.
Having been in the shelter, people don't look in the eye. They had a guy that told me not to look at him, and I wasn't doing anything but just look, innocently. They don't like, because the Father sees through our eyes. And when they feel his presence from us through our eyes. That's another reason too.
Yeah, and plus, people like that, just, what are you looking at, right? Or don't look at me or whatever. You know why they're doing that? Because they themselves are shy. And when you look at them or something, they don't want to look back at you too long because they're weak in the mind. And so that's why they tell you that. Don't look at me. It's kind of a self-defense, right? Yet they continue to look at you. And they, all the while they're telling you not to look at them. They're continuously looking at you. See what I mean? And so those type of bullies, they're really cowards is what they are. That's why they're telling you not to look at them. And so if you would stand up to them and look at them and say, I'll look at you all I want. You who gave me eyes to look, and I'm going to look. What you going to do about a punk? I'll guarantee you they'll go off like a little scalded hound. They're really cowards, these type of people. All right. Any other thoughts, comments, or questions? Okay, Rick here says, yes, if he would have fell down to worship them, they would have said, see, do not. They would not have allowed him to do that. So let's go there, Rick's suggestion there at Revelations 22. We understand this a little bit better. Revelations 22, 8 and 9. We need to really, really get this. That's why I'm being so explicit here. It's an important thing. So Revelations 22, 8 and 9 says, and I, Yahuchanan, saw and heard these things. When I heard and saw, I fell down to worship before the feet of the messenger. See, that's an angel who showed me these things. And he said to me, see, do not, for I am your fellow servant and of your brothers, the prophets, and of those who are guarding the words of this book. Worship Yahuwah. See that? Worship Yahuwah. So, yeah, you can find that throughout scriptures where people either bow down, to a messenger or whatever, and they say, don't do that, man. You're going to get me fried. Get back up. I'm just like you. I'm no better than you are. Don't get me fried, brother. Go ahead, Chance.
I think what's coming to me is there's one thing to like have respect for authority, and there's another thing between worshiping. When we bow down, we're worshiping, whereas we nod the head, we're giving respect to the authority before us, kind of like a humbling sense. You know what I mean? The first two commands very, very much speak about the don't bow. Yahuwah was very, very clear about his command. You do not bow down, So I don't know. That's kind of what's coming to me is, like honor your father and mother. It's not meaning you're, bowing down worship. You're honoring them. You're respecting their place in your life. So even with these Malachim before Lot, he's respecting the position that they are in his life.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, there's a big difference between respecting somebody or humbling yourself in front of somebody and respecting them, being polite to them, than worshiping them. Yeah, two different things. Yeah, you're right. Go ahead, Talitha.
Yeah, and also like even bow down can be like when I hear bow down, it's like it also can be an idiom of like submitting yourself. It doesn't. It's not. I don't know. At least that's how I see it. Because yeah, you do a little bow is like a sign of respect. You're not bowing down and as Chance was saying and worshiping somebody because you like nod your head in respect. Like, for example, we were in Japan last year, and it's like, you know, you're always nodding your head to people. I didn't feel that I was breaking the commandment by doing that. That was just a sign of respect. It wasn't me submitting to those people as like, you know, in a form of worship or something like that. So definitely, like, there's a difference there.
Yeah, I think there's, you know, different culture stuff, you know, but gotta be careful. Well, over there around the Orientals, when they bow to you, because that means the spirit in me bows to the spirit in you, and it's kind of a little bit of spiritualism there involved. You gotta be careful, but to nod your head at somebody, I mean, I do that all the time. You know, so somebody will wave at me, and I'll just nod my head. You know, that's just the same thing as doing that. No difference. I'm not worshiping them, you know, but, you know, there's no doubt in my mind that these messengers knew that Lot didn't cross the line, or they would have told him not to do it. You know, that's for sure. Is everybody in agreement here that Lot did not bow himself to these two men? Is there anybody that thinks he did? All right. Okay. Thoughts, comments, questions? That was a really good point to bring up, Roz. I'm glad you brought that up. Okay, June, let's roll.
Genesis 19, verse 16. And while he loitered, the men took hold of his hand and his Asha's hand and the hands of his two daughters, Yahuwah having compassion on them, or him, and they brought him out and set him outside the city. And it came to be.
Wow. Hang on a minute.
I know, it's amazing.
It's amazing. So, yeah, wow, huh? And so, and while he loitered, the men took hold of his hand, his wife's hand, and the hands of his two daughters, his maiden daughters that weren't married. Yahuwah having compassion on him, and they brought him out and set him outside. So it almost, to me, it seems to be telling us that even Lot wasn't righteous. Or Lot should have stayed there and died too, all of them. But Yahuwah had compassion on him. So that tells us something really important here, that Yahuwah can favor who he favors and have compassion on who he has compassion. And so deliverance is strictly up to Yahuwah. And the other point here is that none of us are righteous our way. And so the Hebrew sadah, or sadah, the little Hebrew letter symbol, equals TS, which is sadak, you know, which would be righteous, right? So this is what this is saying. And to me, this means that no one's righteous on their own. Not Lot wasn't. No one is. Not one single person is righteous on their own. So when we are, we're only righteous when we are in his light. That's when we're righteous. So we're in his righteousness. Our righteousness is his righteousness. We're only righteous when we're in his light, meaning in his presence, in the presence of Yahuwah. That's the only time we're righteous. That's why it says in Yehukanan 1, that's why it says that he is the light of life that enlightens every man. Because unless we're in his light, we're not righteous. We can only be righteous in his light. And so when he indwells us, we are immersed with the Ruach HaKodesh and he indwells us, then we can be seen as righteous, but it still isn't our righteousness. It's still his righteousness, because nobody, no man has, or even messengers, as far as that goes, has their own righteousness. Righteousness is never their own. That's what this is telling me. Anybody else? Thoughts, comments, questions on this? Ross, go ahead.
It wasn't just Lot's heart for his wife and 2 daughters. It was also Abraham's heart about Lot. Yahuwah knew Abraham's heart wanted Lot to be saved. And so it goes back. So he was an intercessor for Lot.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Intercessory prayer is allowed, folks. And it can really, it can even deliver the wicked, man. It really can. Don't think it can, because it can, man. Go ahead, Sandra.
I was contemplating that. Doesn't this have something to do with, remember when, I think it's either in Hebrews or Timothy, where Yahusha learned righteousness through the things that he suffered. It wasn't that Yahusha wasn't righteous. He learned the righteousness of Yahuwah through the things that he was allowed to suffer. He learned to choose right rather than wrong, is what it's mostly talking about. Learning Yahuwah, like you say, none of us are righteous, but Yahuwah's righteousness in us is what gives us righteousness. Anytime we choose to do his word.
Yeah, same way. It was not he. Look, was not Yahusha 100% man with a spirit, a human spirit? Yes. Yeah. Did his human flesh house the original sin? Yes.
Yes.
He overcame the original sin. He overcame temptation. He learned righteousness through his obedience, meaning that flesh was immersed with the Ruach HaKodesh, which was his righteousness, just like ours when you're immersed with the Ruach. And so through obedience of the immersion, he learned how to be righteous, but the flesh itself was never righteous because it housed the original sin. So nobody's flesh is righteous on its own, but it's Yahuwah's righteousness in us. You have to be in his light. If you're in his light, that's where your righteousness comes from. Never on your own through the flesh, ever. So Yahushua was just like us, absent from sin. He was a man in the flesh with a human spirit, and his flesh housed the original sin because he borrowed the DNA of Mary, who had the virus. That deadly virus, okay, it's deadly. It's passed on all the way down from Adam and Kuah through every single human being that's ever lived on this planet. Nobody escapes the original sin. Nobody. That's why nobody's righteous on their own. And so how did the blood of the Ruach HaKodesh remain pure and perfect and clean, enough to be sacrificed for all the sins of the world? Because the Ruach HaKodesh sealed it. He sealed the blood of the lamb for the day of sacrifice. That's how. And I learned that from Chance, by the way. I always knew that there was something going on there with the flesh housing the original sin, but I could never figure out, well, how is it that the blood was not contaminated, being hooked up to the umbilical cord of Mary, being fed by Mary's flesh, borrowing from her DNA, drinking her breast milk, which all had to contain the virus, right? How did he not get contaminated? How is it he remained perfect, spotless, and no wrinkles and no blemishes, right? And he's talking to Chance one time, and he said something. And I said, oh, man, thanks for that. I just got it, man. The Ruach HaKodesh sealed the blood for the day of sacrifice, and that's why it remained clean. But the flesh didn't. The flesh did not, because the flesh died because it housed that original sin. But Yahuwah overcame it. So he had to do that to represent us totally. Otherwise, he'd have been cheating, because we're all born into sin. We're conceived in sin in our mother's womb. We're born liars out of the womb. And so we have to deal with it. So rightfully then, so would he. And he did. And he overcame it. He conquered it. That's why scripture says he took captivity captive. He had to do everything we had to do, and he had to overcome, and he did. And the precious blood, the pure blood of the Ruach HaKodesh was spilt on the altar of the earth for our sins. And so therefore, the law of justice, the universal law of love, was satisfied, because the crime was accounted for and paid for. Thoughts, comments, questions? Chance, go ahead.
Yeah, I remember that conversation, Mark. That was Yahuwah showing us the sealing on the back of Ruach. The CH has to do with the wall, and inside the wall, you're sealed. So that was revealed to both of us by Yahuwah. It's the sealing of the Ruach. He sealed us in that wall, that seed in that wall. Nothing can get through that wall.
Right. Jim, go ahead.
I just think it was just amazing, the compassion that he had on these people. I mean, it's almost like, because of his compassion and the prayer of Abraham, that he literally made them a way out. He grabbed them by the hand, almost forcing them to come out of that place, because they're over here loitering, like, oh, what am I going to take with me? I've got to get my jewelry. I've got to get my clothes. I've got to get, I've got to get this. And he just forced them out of there. And even though they weren't worthy, he made a way for them to get out of there from that destruction, even though they were found unworthy. So
what a fantastic point, Jen. Yeah, that's really good, man. Yeah. So they would have perished there, but because Yahuwah had compassion on him, those messengers grabbed them by their hand and dragged them out of there. Probably because, like you're saying, intercession prayer of Abraham. He probably sitting there praying like a mad dog about his nephew and his nieces and stuff, right? His family. Please, Yahuwah, don't destroy them. Please bring them out of there. Don't kill them. I mean, I imagine that's exactly what Abraham was doing. I mean, if you see how much he was pleading for everybody. If there's 100, will you not destroy it? I mean, so to me, I can just visualize him praying like a mad dog, man, for his family, and to the point where they were going to be destroyed, but Yahuwah answered Abraham's prayer and had the messengers grab them by the hand and drag them out of there. They said, get out of here, man. We're destroying this. Get out. All right? That's powerful stuff, man. Thanks for that, June. Go ahead, Phyllis.
I wanted to add to what Sister June said. He didn't drag them out. He set them down. Like, he grabbed their hands and then he set them down out front, out of the city or something. He didn't drag them. He just grabbed their hands and set them down where they were supposed to belong.
Well, it says, and they brought him out and set him outside the city. So I guess it's however you see that. I mean, you could be right just as well as I am. It's all about that word. And it came to be when they had brought them outside that he said, escape for your life and do not look behind. And I'm jumping ahead, nor stay anywhere in the plain. Okay, so to me, when somebody is brought out, it's against their will. If they said they led them out, I would say you're right. And you still might be. But to me, brought means against your will. I mean, they dragged them out.
That's what I meant. I didn't mean that it wasn't against your will. I just mean that I think they did it suddenly or faster than just dragging them. I think it was almost instantaneous.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. I mean, could be. Yeah. It could be. No doubt. Yeah, they might have just, boom, within a split second, went from one place. You know, what's that called? Translation, right? You go from one place to another place within a split second. That's translation. That's what happened to the eunuch with Philip, right? When Philip was the eunuch, he was transported about 25 miles away, 30 miles away from where he was at within a second. So that's, a lot of people say transportation or but it really, sorry, I can't think of it. But anyways, what it really is translation. Go ahead, Chance.
I find it interesting that Lot was sitting at the city of the gate, like gazing at the sun. It's as if his being was being tortured by the lawless works of Sodom and Gomorrah. You know, in Second Peter chapter 2 verse 7, and having reduced to ashes the city of Sodom and Gomorrah, condemning them to destruction, having made them an example to those who afterward would live wickedly, and rescued righteous Lot, who was oppressed with indecent behavior of lawlessness, after the righteous man, dwelling among them, tortured his righteous being by seeing and hearing their lawless works. Then Yahuwah knows how to rescue the reverent ones from the trial, and to keep the unrighteous to the of judgment be punished. So, you know, he was suffering in there, but he had his son-in-laws and his daughters and his family, and he was just in there having to endure.
Yeah, I mean, Lot was definitely, a righteous man, being, in the way that he was trying to obey Yahuwah. He's trying his best to stay obedient to Yahuwah's, commandments, instructions, right? Because, you can be righteous in the way that, you're obeying Yahuwah's Torah. You're walking with Yahuwah, okay? But we fall short of Yahuwah's righteousness, of his esteem. We can never achieve to be equal with Yahuwah's righteousness, ever. But that's where we need to be. And we will be in the eternal reign for sure. Right now, we can't achieve that. And so when we think with the mind of a man and we say he's righteous, then we're just saying that he's walking with Yahuwah. He's obeying the commands. He's seeking good, not bad. His heart's far from wickedness. This type of thing. Not that we're perfect like Yahuwah. His righteousness is totally different from man's righteousness. Okay, see what I'm saying? Different level. That's what I'm trying to say. It's a different level of righteous. Go ahead, Chance.
Kind of bringing it to this day and age. Sometimes, I don't know if, I'm sure we all endure this, but you'll be in the world somewhere, and some of the conversations going on around you will turn into a very evil and wicked perspective, and you hear people speaking awfully, and you're almost in having to endure that, like your being's being tortured, and you're just kind of sitting there groaning in your ruach, listening to these people speak so foully and evil and wicked. So in terms, thinking terms of Lot here, he was listening to all this stuff, seeing and witnessing it, and probably inside his being, he was being tortured by seeing all this wicked stuff. And you know, I can kind of understand that in this day and age. You know, I'm not puffed or arrogant in any way, but I hear wicked and evilness, I suffer and groan within. I don't like it. I hate evil and wickedness. It disgusts me.
Yeah. um. Yeah, Lou. He says a lot must have got harpo-sized or hopicid. That's in the scriptures. That's if you look that up in Strong's Greek name, it's a Greek word. 726. It says properly seized by force, snatch up suddenly and decisively, like someone seizing bounty, to take by an open display of force. Yeah, and see, so that's what it would be. All right. In Carlton here, it cracked me up. As soon as I said that there's different levels of righteousness, I looked over there and Carlton had put it in the chat room. So the Ruach HaKodesh gave me and Carlton the same exact thought, probably simultaneously. I don't know how long Carlton had that up there, but it's funny how the Ruach does that. So that's, to me, it's confirmation. Chance, go ahead, man.
I was in Devarim today. I always read that before Shabbat, you know, the giving of the Torah and everything. I really like them chapters, but something that's coming to me is it's our righteousness to Yahuwah to obey his commands, you know? So, you know, if we ever are kind of lost behind that, like, what is righteousness and everything? You know, I mean, the righteousness of Yahuwah is the belief in Yahusha, and it also is our obeying of the commands.
Yeah. All right. Okay. This is very interesting here. We're getting getting very, very interesting. All right. Anybody else? Thoughts, comments, questions at this point? All right, Jen, let's go.
Genesis 19:17. And it came to be when they had brought them outside that he said, escape for your life. Do not look behind you, nor stay anywhere in the plain. Escape to the mountains, lest you be consumed. And Lot said to them, oh, no, Yahuwah. Look, please, your servant has found favor in your eyes, and you have increased your kindness, which you have shown me by saving my life. But I am unable to escape to the mountains, lest calamity overtake me and I die. Look, please, this city is near enough to flee to, and it is small. Please let me escape there. Is it not a small matter? And let my life be saved? And he said to him, look, I have favored you concerning this matter also, without overthrowing this city for which you have spoken. Hurry, escape there, for I am not able to do any deed until you arrive there. So the name of the city was called Zoar. The sun had risen upon the Eretz when Lot entered Zoar.
Okay, stop. All right. So a couple things jumping out here at me. Okay, so here the messengers told him to escape for his life. and do not look behind. Go escape to the mountains. Okay. Do not look back behind you, nor stay anywhere in the plain, escape to the mountain. And then all of a sudden, Lot says, "Oh no, Yahuwah, who's he talking to? Those messengers? Who's he calling Yahuwah?" And then it says he doesn't want to go to the mountains. He wants to go to the little town next door. He wants to stay on the plain after they just told him not to. So immediately, Lot is showing rebellion here. Immediately. This shows you he wasn't righteous. He should have obeyed Yahuwah and went straight to the mountain. But he didn't. So out of his disobedience here, it looks like Yahuwah said, "Okay, go ahead and do what you want, and everything's going to be fine." But it wasn't fine. We're going to find out. His rebellion here caused a lot of problems. He should have went straight to the mountain. Okay. But what do you think? So he didn't, as they tried to brainwash you, that Lot left Sodom and Gomorrah and went to the mountains. He did not. He went to the town next door. He stayed on the plain. He disobeyed Yahuwah. But what do you think here? And Lot said to them, "Oh no, Yahuwah, please, your servant has found favor in your eyes, and you have increased your kindness." Is he talking to those messengers? Is that proven the Trinity? Who's he talking to here? Somebody. Jim?
I believe that's Yahusha in body form. I mean, he had already been over there with Abraham and the two messengers, and he sent the messengers on in to Sodom and Gomorrah. And so when he come out, I believe Yahusha is standing here when the messengers deliver Lot and his family here at this place, because only he has the ability to save what he's going to save and do what he's going to do. Those messengers don't have that kind of control over, what he said, "I'm going to, well, then if you want to go to Zoar, you just go ahead and I'll save that. But I'm not going to do anything until, you're gone and you're out of here." So then, he goes ahead and goes through with that after he leaves. So I really believe he's talking to him in body form, into Yahuwah in body form there.
There seems to be something missing there. It says, and Lot said to them, well, let me back up. And it came to be when they had brought them outside. Okay, so the messengers brought them outside, right? When they had brought them outside, that he said, "Escape for your life." Something's missing in that right there. And having compassion on him, and they, Yahuwah having compassion on him, and they, which are the two men, brought him out and set him outside the city. And it came to be when they, which were the two men, had brought them out, that he said. Now that's singular. Don't there seem to be something missing right there? It seems like Moses, I don't know if he messed up there, forgot to say something, or if that's the way he actually got it the way, wrote it the way he got it. But to me, there seems to be some kind of a problem, something missing, and it's probably why people get conscrewed here, But it goes from them to he, so it had to be either one of the two or somebody totally different. And it could be that Yahuwah showed up. Man, he was with them originally. Maybe he showed up after Lot came, was thrown outside. Maybe Yahuwah showed back up. And he looked and saw him and said, "Oh no, Yahuwah." Started talking to him because he showed up at that point. Something's missing. It seems to go from plural to singular. See what I'm saying? I don't know who had their hand up first. Phyllis, was that you or Go ahead, Phyllis.
I was just going to say, I don't know what happened there either. I agree with you, but also he could just be praying out loud in front of those men. Hey, I'm going to go over your heads and talk to the boss.
It could be that he just started crying out to Yahuwah. That's another possibility. But who's he, though? See what I'm saying? And it came to be when they had brought him outside that he said, so who's he? So maybe Lot cried out to you, but who's he? See what I mean? He said, escape for your life. Was that one of the messengers? Or did Yahuwah just show up at that point and he started talking to you, and Yahuwah started talking to him directly, saying, escape for your life, Lot. See what I'm saying? So there's something there, or something missing, I should say. Go ahead, Sandra.
Oh, I kind of think Yahuwah showed up at that time, because it says in verse 33, chapter 18, then Yahuwah went away as soon as he had ended speaking to Abraham, and Abraham returned to his place. But at the same time, by this time, I think Yahuwah joined them, and that's who he's talking about. This is how I see it. Because he began to call upon his name. And that's how come I'm saying Yahuwah joined him at this point. At the time that the messengers took him, holding his hand in his Asher hands and his two daughters, Yahuwah presented himself and showed up there and gave his mercy. And then he told him to escape for his life. I think that he is Yahuwah. He rejoined himself to them.
Yeah, that's what I think too. Because it says, and it came to be when they, which are the two messengers, had brought them outside, that he, see, it goes to Singer, said, escape for your life. Do not look behind you, nor stay anywhere in the plain, except to the mountains, lest you be consumed. And Lot said to him, oh no, Yahuwah. See what I'm saying? So it seems like that was Yahuwah talking to him, and he responded back to Yahuwah. It looks like Yahuwah showed up at this point. I think that's what's missing. I mean, it's there, but it's
he showed up and showed out.
It's kind of hard to see that he showed up right there, rejoined them, isn't it? But it's what to me. I agree with you, man. I think exactly what happened there. Anybody else? Go ahead, Ross.
Is it also Lot kind of bargained with him, by asking him, can we go there instead of you making us go to the mountains?
Mm-hmm.
Also, I mean, we're seeing that Lot wasn't righteous at that point because of tarrying. Is it possible that's like a foretelling of us for being saved, that we are not righteous in his way, but he still saves us because we're his children? I'm not saying that we disobey him and are deliberately disobeying, but that no one is perfect like he is, but yet he still saves us.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, he's definitely having compassion on him. I mean, it tells us that. But let me point this out to you, that in 17, it says, and it came to be when they had brought them outside that he said, escape for your life. You see, he there is not capitalized. So it makes you think, well, it's one of the messengers talking, right? But then when you see his quote, escape for your life, okay, least you be consumed. And then Lot speaks in 18. See that? And Lot said, oh no, Yahuwah. And Lot continues to speak all the way down to 21. And then at 21, it says, and he said to him, and he is now it's capitalized. And so if that's capitalized, then the he in 17 must have to be capitalized because it's the same person that he's having the conversation with. That person hasn't changed. And he said to him, look, I have favored you concerning this matter also without overthrowing the city for which you have spoken. Hurry and escape there. It's the same person. He's not talking to a different person. And so therefore, if he's capitalized in 21, he has to be capitalized in 17, and this has to be Yahuwah. Everybody catching and picking up what I'm laying down on that? I would change the he in 17. I would make that a capital H, personally, in my opinion. It's the same conversation. It's the same person. It's between he and Lot. Hasn't changed. Thoughts, comments, or questions on that? So I think that's what's missing. I'm not real sure. Let me look. I always like to go look at the King James, you know what I mean? To see what they say. Believe it or not, I've found things in other translations, and they all agree. And then the King James is different, but I agree with the King James. It's kind of strange, but I've found that not a lot, but on occasion, I found that to be true. Let me just look at it, see what they say. So Genesis 19. So King James ain't always wrong. I mean, that would be kind of naive for us to make the statement that the King James is always wrong. So let's see, 17, what is it? 1917. 1917 says, and it came to pass when they had brought them forth abroad that he said, it's not capitalized. And then over into 20, where does it say it? 21. And he said they don't have that capitalized either. So in the King James, they don't have it, he capitalized either in either verse. So they're taking on obviously then they're taking on the opinion that it's one of the messengers talking to him. That's their opinion. Writer of the KJV. But I think the writer of the BYNV here got verse 21 correct. And so if 21 is correct, then 17 has to be a capital H. Because it's the same person. All right. This some food for thought. All right. So easy to confuse that because it does seem to be something's missing there. You know, it's just a gray spot. But I think we've figured it out. I really do. All right. Any more thoughts, comments, or questions? All right, Jen, let's move on now.
Okay, still chapter 19, verse 24.
Oh, excuse me. Phil texted me and said his internet went out.
Oh,
The day he decides to come back on, his internet crashes. I think Satan's trying to keep him away from us. Crazy, huh?
You got a bunch of
There's
stuff.
Davey Steed. Phyllis Davies in the chat room. I don't know if you saw him come in. Get your butt in here, David. You scared? You scared of us, man? Phyllis won't bite you. I'll hold her back, I promise. Chance won't punch you in the nose. I'll hold him back too. Come on, David. Come on in. Go ahead, Jim.
Hi, Davy. We miss you too. So, verse 24. And Yahuwah rained sulfur and fire on Sodom and Amorah from Yahuwah out of the Shemayim. So he overthrew those cities and all the plain and all the inhabitants of the cities and what grew on the ground. But his Asha looked back from behind him, and she became a post of salt. And Abraham arose early in the morning and went to the place where he had stood before Yahuwah. And he looked toward Sodom and Amorah and toward all the land of the plain. And he looked and saw the smoke of the land, which went up like the smoke of a furnace. Thus it came to be when Elohim destroyed the cities of the plain that Elohim remembered Abraham and sent Lot out of the midst of the overthrow when he overthrew the cities in which Lot had dwelt.
Okay, stop. All right, so that starts answering a lot of the questions that we were and things that we were talking about. So yeah, I mean, all right. So Lot doesn't go to escape to the mountain like Yahuwah told him to. He went to Zoar, and then Yahuwah destroyed that. And then it's funny. He tells him to go there, and the sun had risen upon the Yerets when Lot entered Zoar. And then Yahuwah rained down sulfur and fire on Sodom and Gomorrah. It came out from Yahuwah out of the Shemayim. He overthrew those cities and all the plain, and all the inhabitants of the cities. And then his Asher looked back. And so even though he told Lot to go to Zoar, he still destroyed that city. He destroyed all the cities on the plain. And so he had to flee from there, or he would have got destroyed. So ain't that funny that he said, go ahead, dude. If you want to go there. But, I'm going to destroy. He destroyed all of them as well. But then his Asher looked, so he took off, and his Asher looked back behind him, and she became a post of salt. So she's a pillar of salt now. And Abraham arose early in the morning and went to the place where he had stood before Yahuwah. And he looked toward Sodom and Gomorrah and toward all the land of the plain, and he looked and saw the smoke coming up. Thus he came to be when Elohim destroyed the cities of the plain, that Elohim remembered Abraham. See that? And sent Lot out of the midst of the overthrow when he overthrew the cities which Lot had dwelt. All right. So he even though Lot disobeyed Yahuwah and didn't escape to the mountain, he argued with him and wanted to go next door to that little town on the plain. Yahuwah destroyed not just Sodom and Gomorrah, he destroyed all the cities on the plain in that area. He got rid of all of them. And so, but he allowed Lot to escape and not get harmed. And then what did he do? He started listening to Yahuwah, and then he took off with his tailcoat on fire and ran up to the mountain where he's supposed to go in the first place. Why? Because Yahuwah remembered Abraham. It's the only reason he had let Lot take off from Zoar after disobeying him. It's the only reason. And so this tells us a lot. First of all, it tells us that Yahuwah, when somebody wants to disobey Yahuwah, he doesn't force them not to. And go ahead and go to that city. All right. So he did. Well, he destroyed it too. So then he decided, well, I should have listened to him in the first place. And he took off and did what he told him to do in the first place, to escape to the mountain. The only reason that Elohim allowed him to leave after he destroyed all the cities of the plain was because he remembered Abraham. So that tells me, what does that tell you? You tell me what that means. What does that tell you? When it says Elohim remembered Abraham, what's that tell you? What happened there? Roz?
That he heard Abraham's prayer of intercession for Lot.
Thank you. That's exactly what happened. Everybody picking up when I'm laying down on that now. You see what I'm saying? So Lot wasn't righteous. It says that a lot of people tell you that Lot was righteous. Have we read somewhere in here, or did I miss it, where it says that Lot was a righteous man? If it is in there, don't forget there's different levels of righteousness.
It's in Second Keeper, chapter 2, verse 7.
Okay, read that. I know it's here somewhere.
But
read that.
Okay. Okay.
A righteous man was suffering day to day from the evil in that place.
Let me rewind it again because I had turned from it. Second Keeper chapter 2, starting at verse 4. For if Elohim did not spare the messengers who sinned, but sent them to Tartarus and delivered them into chains of darkness to be kept for judgment, and did not spare the world of old, but preserved Noach, a proclaimer of uprightness, and 7 others, bringing in the flood on the world of the wicked, and having reduced to ashes the cities of Sodom and Gomorrah, condemned them to destruction, having made them an example to those who afterward would live wickedly, and rescued righteous Lot, who was oppressed with the indecent behavior of the lawless.
Okay.
So yom after yom, that righteous man dwelling among them tortured his righteous being by seeing and hearing their lawless works.
Right. Okay. So then we need to understand that there's different levels of righteousness. Okay. And so in other words, Lot had a relationship with Yahuwah, and he was obeying Yahuwah's commands. Okay. And so his mind was set on the things above, not on the things of the earth. Right. And he wasn't taking place. He wasn't committing those perversion acts that the other people were doing in those cities. I mean, they were being homosexuals. They were doing bestiality, just all kinds of nasty things. But Lot wasn't. Okay. And so there's different levels of righteous, but he never, reached the level of Yahuwah's righteousness. He also needed Yahuwah light, being Yahuwah's light, and be righteous by Yahuwah's righteousness, just like everybody. Okay. So when it says that there's somebody righteous, it doesn't mean that they're sinless and perfect like Yahuwah. So don't make that mistake. Okay. Obviously he was disobedient. He didn't do what he was supposed to do, and Yahuwah told him to escape to the mountain. He didn't do it. And then it says, thus it came to be when Elohim destroyed the cities of the plain that Elohim remembered Abraham and sent Lot out of the midst of the overthrow when he overthrew the cities in which Lot had dwelt. Notice it says cities. And so he had dwelt in Gomorrah. And then he went over to Zoar instead of going to the mountain. He overthrew all those and destroyed all those, but he allowed Lot to escape because of Abraham. So obviously he had heard Abraham's prayers to save his nephew, which he actually became Abraham's son. I think he did adopt him later on. Or maybe before that, I can't remember. All right, so may have been some type of cultural law back then where if your brother died, your children would become your children or something like that. You know what I mean? Or at least you could at least claim them. Maybe something like that. I know a grandfather was allowed to take the firstborn of his son and adopt him and raise him as his own if he wanted to. You know, and the son couldn't do anything about it because it was the law. So there may have been something there about that. You know, if your brother dies, you can take his kids as your own. Who knows? Any other thoughts, comments, or question here? To me, it's kind of clear that if Abraham wouldn't have bothered to pray about this, I think Lot would have possibly gotten consumed in the destruction of these cities. That's what it seems to me. Even though Peter calls him a righteous Lot, you know. But Peter's talking about a different level of righteousness there when he says that. I don't know.
Maybe he's talking about the righteousness of Yahuwah.
Well, no, he's talking about that he wasn't doing what those people were doing. You know, probably the only one in the city, maybe, that was trying to be obedient to Yahuwah, you know.
I think that's right, because remember when those men pressed up on his door, he said, "Who is he? He's a stranger or a visitor in our city, and he is judging all the time." Remember that part?
Mm.
It's in verse. Let me see, verse. And he said, "Who is he judging all of them?" Lot went out to them. Oh, verse 9. But they said, "Stand back." And they said, "This one come in to sojourn. He's a traveler. And should he always judge? We're going to treat you worse than them."
Right, so he's always pointing out their sin.
Mm.
Right? And to them, he's pointing out their sin, but to them, he's judging. Right?
Okay.
Don't we hear that today? Don't we hear that all the time? So if you tell somebody, "Hey, man, you shouldn't be doing that," and they say, "Don't judge me," the very first thing they say, "Don't you judge me. Who made
The
me?"
darkness in them hates the light in you.
Right. And so you're not judging them. You're just pointing out the sin, right?
Mm-hmm.
There's a big difference in that because you're supposed to. You have to, matter of fact. If not, their blood will be on your head. So
Right.
especially a righteous person, if you notice them sinning, man, you better tell them, "Hey, man, you're not supposed to be doing that, man. I just got to tell you that, you know, because then their blood's not on your head." But if you don't tell them to that, then their blood's on your head. And if you tell them that and they listen to you and stop doing it, then you've delivered them and yourself. It's really clear, man. So they think he was judging, but he wasn't judging them, was he? He was just pointing out their sin, telling them, "You're not supposed to do that. You guys first quit doing all this nasty perversion, man. You know, you're not supposed to do it." But they didn't. They took it as judging rather than warning. It was really a warning, wasn't it? He was warning them. He wasn't judging them. Okay, so this is important. So judging somebody has nothing to do with warning them. Okay, judgment comes in when it speaks about your eternal destination. That's judging. So if you would say, "Oh, you're such a sinful person, you're going to go into the lake of fire." Now you're judging. You see that? "Oh, you're such a wonderful person, I'll see you in the kingdom." Now you're judging. So we have no business, no authority, no right to judge someone's predestination or their eternal destination, we'll say. But to warn them, we have every right, and we're commanded to warn them of their evil doings. Everybody understand the difference? So don't let them say that to you. Quit judging me. You're not my judge. I'm not judging you. I'm warning you. But if you don't listen to my warning, you are going to be judged by the one lawgiver and judge that has the authority to save and destroy. And that's Yahuwah. But I'm not judging you. I'm just warning you. Big, big, big difference. Go ahead, Chance.
I have come across that, Mark, and at some point, the Torah of Yahuwah witnesses against them. So it's not you judging them; it's the law of Yahuwah witnessing against them. So they become condemned in their heart. You know, when somebody's reading them commandments and they know they're guilty of one of them, are you not condemned in there, knowing you've done wrong and it's witnessing against you?
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, I've come across that, especially like, for example, speaking to my brother about the commandments and how much I love and adore them and how righteous they are and everything. And I don't know, sometimes they even make people reveal themselves to you, as if, you know what I mean? They'll like open up and start showing you their flaws and where they're going wrong and looking for solace in you to comfort them. You know what I mean? As if you have the ability to, you know, forgive crime. You don't. All you're doing is just speaking the word of Yahuwah. That's how powerful it is. It witnesses against you and it cuts into your heart. People will open themselves up and reveal themselves to you and say, hey, I'm not a judge on that. Don't look for solace. All I'm doing is warning. These witness against you. This ain't me. This ain't me. These are witnessing against you. And you know, it's good stuff right there. It made me think of a couple instances where I've had people, you know, ask me like, is this bad? Or I just reveal the witnesses to them. You know, can you find yourself in this witness here? Do you feel, you know, are you condemned on it? Then you have to go to your Father beyond that. I'm not able to give you a judgment on that. I'm not a judge. So go to your Father behind that. These witness against you, you know.
Yeah. Roz?
I can tell you, when you tell truth, it comes like a double-edged sword. And they feel like you're judging them, and that happens to me when I tell truth.
Yeah. They feel like they're being judged. Why? Because they're already condemned. That's why. They've already been judged. That's why they feel like they're being judged. It's not all flesh condemned already. Yeah, it is. Flesh and blood cannot be come into the kingdom, the reign of Yahuwah. The flesh has already been tried, convicted, condemned, sentenced to death. They're just waiting on death row. It's what your flesh is waiting there in death row, ready for the day of execution. That's why they feel judged. You know. But the thing that they really probably don't quite understand is their inner man, the inner spirit has not been judged yet. That's the part that can be delivered. But they don't get that either because there's no separation. They haven't been set apart yet. They feel judged. They have not. You can tell right away, man, they have not been set apart. That's what that tells you right away. As soon as you hear that. Go ahead, Sandra.
I was wondering what happened to Casper. Did you eat Casper, Phil?
Who? Castor?
No, she's back there. She was singing along with you this morning early.
No.
Okay.
She was kind of singing, and then I was hoping she'd do better, and then I would turn it on, but then she kind of fizzled out. So anyway, yeah, she was listening to you. She's back there.
Okay.
Thanks for asking.
Man.
That's what they ask about you. So
You freaked me out when you said that. I was just thinking about the Ruach, and you said Casper, and the Holy Ghost popped in my mind. I'm like, what is she talking about?
That's funny. Yeah, for sure.
His bird.
Don't do that to me, man. You blowed my marbles. My marbles started shaking. I was like, whoa, Casper, what? Holy Ghost? What's she talking about? Go ahead, Chance. What's up?
I'm sorry.
I wanted to point out too, up here in verse 17, it said, "Do not look behind you," and that kind of speaks in nowadays. Don't look back from where you were delivered from, and once you put your hand to that plow and you look back, you're not worthy of the kingdom of Yahuwah. So this is like coming to this day and age, looking back at where you were delivered from, can put you in a big snare. Sometimes you might find yourself reminiscing on the days when you know what I mean? And you're looking back and all kinds of filth is coming into you because you were saved from that. You have a new life, that's darkness back there. So don't look back,
Yeah, and so she became a pillar of salt. What does that mean? What do you think that means? She became a pillar of salt. Chance?
A strong sign, a reminder, because I think even there's some, I don't know how much is to be true, but I guess she's still there till this day.
That's what they claim, yeah.
I know that's what they claim, but and I know salt has to do with seasoning, so perhaps she was seasoned, already told not to do that, and she looked back and turned into a pillar or a
lay down this time. You can lay
Yeah.
She was seasoned already and told, she was already salted and said, don't look back. And she turned and, you were already seasoned with the truth and you looked back.
Okay. Sandra?
I think she turned into an evil root of bitterness by looking back, like a dog returning to his vomit or a sow wallowing in on mud. She became, because there is a covenant of salt that the scripture talks about. But we are supposed to be the salt of the earth. But that saltness is the aliveness in the word to me. We are the seasoning. We're the life. We're the example of life, because we Yahusha demonstrated. But she became hard and tasteless.
Yeah, go ahead, Ross.
Hard and heart, tasteless.
That's that scripture that says, but if the salt loses its flavor. I don't remember which book it's in, but that's.
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Phyllis?
I'm not so sure it's about what flavor she's going to be, but I think mostly it's about the fact that she was looking back and wishing that she could have taken that lifestyle with her where she was going. She was not ready to go into a life of total righteousness.
Yeah. I have to have a tendency to agree with you on that. It seems to me that. Go ahead, Phil.
Oh, I'm sorry. I mean, looking back is always longing. It's longing for something that you had, and it's not necessarily correct, but it's comfortable. So when you have to step out of yourself, the uncomfortableness, the saltiness of an uncomfortable decision to change is got a hold on her for sure.
Yeah, and what happens when we look back and we desire something? That what Yahuwah would do about that? He gives it to us, right? So she desired the world. She looked back and she desired the world. She was, wanted that, and was sad to see it that being burned. And so Yahuwah made her part of the earth. He said, "Oh, you want to be part of the world? I'll make you part of the world." And he turned her into salt. Go ahead, Chance.
Yeah, what else is coming to me is I've been studying on this. The Ta is it's like a monument or a marker or a sign too for, till this day we're looking back and remembering her, looking back and being turned into some salt. And then it came to me also, Sandra, about the salt. Yeah, we are seasoned where the rest of the world is unseasoned. We taste different because we're salted. We're seasoned. We taste better. You know what I mean? We're doing better. You know what I mean? I pondered on this one for a while, and being the salt and the light of the world. But if the salt loses its taste, which would mean falling into hibernation, you go to sleep in this and you lose your saltiness. If you got a cup of water and you add salt, it's salt water. You're different from the world, and we, to keep our saltiness. But it seems here with her, she looked back and turned into a sign, a pillar of salt, it's like a monument, even for the overthrow of Sodom and Amorah. This is like a big old sign. Judgment came and she looked back.
Sandra?
That just reminded me, I think Brother Paul said that forget the things which are behind you and strive for the mark of the high calling. In other words, we're striving to enter in at the straight gate to enter into life. She went back and wanted death versus life.
And that could be. And so Rick here says, share screen, mark the post of salt. Oh, calm down, Speedy. Speedy going nuts. His favorite thing to do is a screen share. You getting the Speedy all riled up. He'll be chewing on pork chops. You don't be careful now. Don't get Speedy going. But yeah, I'll do that. So here we go. Here it is. This is what it's near the Dead Sea. And so over by the Dead Sea in Israel, this is what they claim is the remnants of Lot's wife here. It does look like she's wearing a dress. What's kind of odd about it is it looks like almost looks like a dress, and it does kind of look like a face in here, maybe a head covering, scarf coming down here like that on her. And this one looks like a neck here, perhaps a shoulder here. Yeah, who knows? But if you go over there on tour to see Lot's wife as a pillar of salt here by the Dead Sea, this is what they show you. I mean, I can see it. I mean, it's kind of like a cumulus cloud, right? You look at it and you can make it out, but maybe it is. Who knows? It's famous. This is the world famous salt sculpture that the tourists all go over there and they go see this. So perhaps it is. So to me, I mean, she looked back and was desired the world. And so Yahuwah gave her desire, man. Made her part of the world since she loved it so much. It don't matter if she was missing or worried about her children and son-in-law and sons that were left back there. She still should have obeyed Yahuwah. Kept going, not looked back. It's almost, I mean, if that's what she did, it's almost a warning to us. don't look back. Even if your family's back there, still, go straight with the plow. Continue to look ahead, man. And best thing to do is keep going straight ahead with both hands on the plow and don't look back, but pray about your family. You can pray while you're moving forward. You don't have to look back because ain't nothing you can do about it anyway. You can look back all you want. Ain't nothing you can do. So, but you can continue to walk ahead and deliver yourself, get yourself delivered, and pray for them in the meantime. And perhaps your intercessory prayer will be heard, just like Abraham's was when he saved Lot. That's the best thing you can do. Looking back ain't going to help them, and it's not going to help you either, because if you get turned into a pillar of salt and you become part of the world, then for sure there's nothing you can do for your family then. You've lost them. You've lost all their hope in you, because perhaps you're their only chance. Hey, you've been walking with Yahuwah. Can you ask him to deliver me? Bring me with you? Could you please do that? Since you know him, since you've been walking with him, could you intercede for me? Ask him a favor to save me? Bring me with you? You look back, you blow not only your chances, but their chances too. Yeah, it's a huge thing here. Go ahead, Sandra.
Well, a few years ago, an archaeologist, excavators, came to our circus and showed us pictures of how Sodom and Gomorrah is still to this day covered in that limestone or whatever it's called. And he had pieces of it. It's like 97% sulfur. He said you can put it in the top of the tallest building and light fire to it, and it'll burn straight through down to the ground. That's how powerful Yahuwah was in executing his judgment that day.
Yeah, they say that the rocks around that area, the sulfur and the different other things, are foreign to that area. They don't even know why they're there. And so we do, but science can't figure it out. Another thing is, did you know that on top of Mount Sinai in Arabia, not the traditional Mount Sinai in the Sinai Peninsula, I'm talking about Mount Sinai in Arabia. Did you know that on top of that mountain that it's black? None of the other mountains or hills around there are like that, just that one. And it's all black up there, like it was been burned on fire. And even the rocks are black. And they say that's when Yahuwah descended down upon that mountain. Remember? When it became like black clouds and fire, and lightning came down on that mountain and scorched it to this day. It's really quite amazing.
Don't have a screen share? Don't you have a screen share of that? I said, do you have a screen share of that?
Yeah, I can show you that, yeah. And here's what's really wild. Around the Mount Sinai in Arabia, there's several thousand acres in that area below that basin, in the flatland, the plain, that could actually sustain a huge multitude of people. And they've actually found artifacts throughout there suggesting an ancient civilization was encamped there at some point. And they even found altars of round, big rock altars on the east side and the west side of the camp built up, outdoor altars. And did you know that the Mount Sinai in the Sinai Peninsula has none of that? They've never found any artifacts. There's not even an area down at the bottom of that mountain that a million people could encamp. It's not there. It's a small area. There's a million people couldn't camp there, but they could over in the Mount Sinai in Arabia, several thousand acres there. It's just an amazing thing. If you've never studied about that, man, I would suggest it. I mean, it's really, okay. I'll try to find that for you, Sandra. Anybody else got any thoughts, comments, or questions while I'm looking that up for her? Go ahead, Chance.
back to the post of salt. She looked back and got hardened. Just quite literally, quite literally. You know, you know, I shouldn't laugh about that, but she got hardened. Her heart got hardened there. So don't look back lest you be hardened.
Yeah.
That's what disobedience is, a hardness of the heart, right?
Yeah, let me see if I can find that for you. Yeah, here it is. I got one. Let me see if I can get it. Sometimes they're protected. It won't let me. Uh-oh. It looks like it's going to be protected. I don't know. Yeah. I hate when they do that. Ah. All right. Dang, let me see. Maybe I can get it over there. Let me see. How could I do this? Okay, somebody got anything else they want to say while I'm working on this? I would like for y'all to see this.
Mark, I have discovered that if you screenshot your picture on your screen and then that goes to your desktop, then you can pull that picture that you screenshot over and share it.
Okay, here I got it. So there we go. Hang on a minute. All right, so here it is. It's the I see the black peak right there. You see it? Shake your head if you're seeing it. You see it? Okay. Look at this big, vast open area. There's thousands of acres here. And like I said, they found all kinds of stuff. Dig this, man. Everybody know who said this character called Flavius Josephus is? Okay. Well, he was a first century historian and also a general in the Yehuda army. And he wrote this Yehudish historian. He described Mount Sinai in his book called The Antiquities of the Jews. And it says here that he ascended up to Mount Sinai, which is the highest of the mountains that are in that country, and not only very difficult to be ascended by men or account of its vast altitude, but because of the sharpness of its precipice also, nay, indeed, it cannot be loaded at without pain of the eyes. And besides this, it was a terrible and inaccessible on account that the rumor that passed about that Yahuwah dwelt there. And so this goes on and gets down to here where he talks about it being in Arabia. Okay. That believes that the mountain fits the description. But anyways, here we go. They found a lot of artifacts. This is the top of it. You can see that. Look, even the rocks are blackened. So this is where Yahuwah descended. Here's the top of it, the peak. See, none of the other mountains or hills around here are like this. And even the traditional Mount Sinai and the Sinai Peninsula is not like this either. And there's another shot of it. That it blows my mind is even the rocks are burnt. Well, to me, it's kind of amazing. There you go. There's another view of it. He said this is where the burning bush was as well as Yahuwah descending down upon Mount Sinai. Smoke went up like a furnace. So here we go. Deuteronomy 4:11 more directly describes a high-reaching fire, saying the mountain burned with fire to the very heart of heaven. A fire of the magnitude certainly could lead to some sort of metamorphosis in the rocks, leading to Mount Sinai's blackened peak. So there you go. Pretty amazing, really. Look at that thing. Just scorched, man. The rocks, everything, just scorched. Yeah, you can see it right there. All righty. That's joining to see, Sandra.
Thank you for screen share.
Somebody find that in scripture. It's in Deuteronomy. Go ahead, Ross.
Don't they also have an enclosure there that's, a fence around something that's special that they won't let anybody see? I think at the base of that mountain.
It rings a bell, but I can't think of what it is. Yeah.
I don't remember either.
You're right. There is something. You're right. Yeah. Is that where?
Maybe one of the places that they offered or something. I don't remember.
Yeah.
I remember seeing it.
It rings a bell. Okay, go to Deuteronomy 4:11 here. That's one of them. So 4:11 says, "And you came near and stood at the foot of the mountain, and the mountain burned with fire to the heart of the Shemaim, darkness, cloud, and thick darkness. And Yahuwah spoke to you out of the midst of the fire, and you heard a voice of words, but saw no form. You only heard a voice." And this is where they were given the 10 Commandments too, the 10 Debarim, right? "And he made known to you his covenant, which he commanded you to do, the 10 words. And he wrote them on 2 tablets of stone." And over at Deuteronomy 5, at the end, after he gives the 10 Debarim, reminds them of the 10 Debarim. So it would be Deuteronomy 5:22. It says, "These words Yahuwah spoke to all your assembly in the mountain from the midst of the fire, of the cloud, and of the thick darkness, with a loud voice." And he added no more. He added no more. That means if you can't see it in them 10 Commandments, you don't have to do it. How you like them apples? Let me see. While we're on this subject, Galatians. Go to Galatians 4, 25, 4:25, Galatians. "For this Hagar is Mount Sinai in Arabia, and corresponds to Jerusalem, which now is and is in slavery with her children." Mount Sinai in Arabia. And Josephus Flavicus says that it was in Arabia as well. All the artifacts they found says it's in Arabia as well. And just the plain, where in the 2 altars that could house 1 million people, could actually encamp there and sustain themselves, is in Arabia, not in the peninsula. There's no such area big enough over there. They've never found anything, not one little artifact in the Sinai Peninsula. They found a ton of them over there in Arabia. And that blackened mountain, man, that's hard to ignore, isn't it? It is for me. Okay, let's get back to Genesis. And look how easy it is to get me off the subject. Get me off on them tangents. Boy, I don't know. Tangents might be my most favorite thing to do. Might have to bump the share screen down to number 2. Best thing to do. Anyway, thoughts, comments, questions? All right, Jim, let's go.
Roz had her hand up.
Who?
I
Oh,
sent
Rob.
the enclosure, that link to the enclosure.
Oh, wait. Oh, you sent it to me
Yeah.
in my email?
Thank you, June.
You emailed that to me?
Yeah.
All right, hang on a minute. Anybody else got anything to say while I'm looking at this? Does it say what it is, Roz?
It shows the pictures. I typed in about an enclosure at the base of Mount Sinai.
But all right.
There's quite a few of them there that show it. They said it was about an altar, so I think that's what it is.
Yeah, I think it's the golden calf altar, where they were worshiping the golden calf while Moses was up there getting the 10 Commandments. The area that them 3,000 died. That's what it is. I remember now. There's actually a drawing on a stone there of the golden calf, in the great, it's engraved on the rock. Wow, they even have the rock that was split and the water came out. It's there. This is a good website, man. They got a lot of stuff on here. Wow. Okay. Yeah. So they're saying that's where, the golden calf that was sacrificed. That's what it's in that enclosure. Okay. Anybody else? Y'all want to see them pictures or not? You do? Okay. Hey, Speedy's excited. Speedy, calm down. I know screen saving's your favorite thing, but you calm down. Oh, Speedy gets so excited just because I'm going to screen share. All right. Here we go. There we go. Y'all can see this or not. Okay, so here's an encampment here. Let me see. So here's the top of Sinai right here, where it's all black. There's a good shot at it. Here's, they say, is where Moses got the 10 Commandments. The golden altar is here. Oh, you know what this is? I know what it is now. That's where the tabernacle was set up. That's what they got fenced in. That's where they had the tabernacle set up at. Look at that. Boy, oh boy. You can see it's the highest peak, just like Josephus Flavius said it was. Oh. What's that? Oh. So it's just showing you the location it is in Arabia. You're right here. You can see the Red Sea. Here's Sinai Peninsula. And then so it would be right over here, which makes sense because they came out across the Sea of Reeds at the top. They didn't cross the Red Sea down here. They crossed it way up here by the Wadi of Egypt. They went across the Sea of Reeds. And so they would have crossed over up north, and then they would have went to Geber. It says they did. And then down here into Sinai, right here. So yeah, that's probably exactly where it's at. Very cool stuff, man. There's a back view of it. And I don't know what this one is. Common nature formation. Oh, this is the Aaron's golden calf here the altar, they're saying, where they sacrificed, when they had the golden calf on. Possible location right here where Moses received the 10 Commandments. This site's got a lot of stuff, man. Here is the Mount Sinai in Saudi Arabia, the golden calf altar, and then see they have somebody has inscribed a figure of a golden calf, of a calf here ingrained. It's inscribed on the side of the rock, kind of like almost like the Los Lunas covenant stone. Same type of inscription, really. It's not just scratches embedded in there. And here's a rock that was split. Right here, the water came out. I'm sorry. Right here's the golden calf altar, where it's been engraved here. This is the rock that was split. And then over here is a closer view of it, the rock that was split. This is Sinai, the highest point in the area. You can see the blackened tip of this rock. This is the Temple Mount in Jerusalem. Here's that rock that was split. Here's the top of Mount Sinai in Saudi Arabia, where even the rocks have been scorched and blackened. More pictures of Sinai up here. Right here. Another split, picture of the split rock. Split rock. Another shot of Sinai on top. Look at that. There's something going on there. Looks like where they'd sit there and they'd have a council or something. I don't know what that is. Sinai. So, a lot of really cool stuff. So this is the possible altar to the golden calf altar with the inscription on the side right there, the stone. Yeah, I think they have this fenced in here for, this is supposed to be where they had the tabernacle set up. All right. All right, there we go. Speedy got to do his most favorite thing in the world, share screen. All right, thanks for that, Roz. That was pretty good. All right, thoughts, comments, questions? Go ahead, Chance.
June, this is for you. I just went over it real quick. Right here, this is about love. See, make known or reveal what's inside. See or reveal. You're showing them and revealing what's inside of you. And then you're making it known to them. This is love. This is expressing love. So when you go like this, you're showing them and making known what's inside. And then you're making it known to them like verbally. Behold, that's a man with his arms raised. So if you're across the street and I say, June, June, hey, 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 this is the letter hey. It's trying to get your attention. This is an eye to see, so you're giving them a look and making known. And this is a house. You go in right here and you go inside. In. You see the opening right there? It means to go inside. So see, know what's inside. I make known to you. That's your love, your heart. What's inside?
Yeah, that tent right there, that house one, back in the day when they were living in them tents, that what it is the entrance in there into that tent is where the men stayed. And so the women would have to walk in the tent through the men's area, and then they would go turn around and go to the back of the tent right there, and that's where the women would stay. That's why there's only one entrance into that tent. So men and women staying in the same tent is one. With Yahuwah. All right. Is there any other thoughts, comments, or questions? If not, let's continue on.
Okay, we're still in Genesis 19 and verse 30. Thank you, Chance. And Lot went up out of Zoar and dwelt in the mountains, and his 2 daughters were with him, for he was afraid to dwell in Zoar. And he and his 2 daughters dwelt in a cave. And the firstborn said to the younger, Our father is old, and there is no man on the Eretz to come in to us, as is the way of all the Eretz.
Okay, stop.
Okay.
Yeah, why did his daughters think that there was no man left on the earth? What made them think that? Phyllis?
Because the valley, as far as they could, the plateau, as far as they could see, was scorched, and they had no evidence of anybody else around.
Right. Yeah, they thought Yahuwah had destroyed the entire earth, didn't they? So it must have been pretty devastating, what happened there for them to think that. So the firstborn said to the younger, Our father is old, and there's no man on the Eretz to come into us, as is the way of the Eretz. Now, it's calling her the firstborn, said to the younger. It doesn't mean she was the firstborn daughter or child of Lot. It just means she was born before the other one was. Okay, so don't get that mistaken either. See, that's why a lot of people think he only had two girls, 2 daughters, because the firstborn and the younger, but that doesn't mean that she was the firstborn of all his children. It just means she was young. She was older than the other one. That's all. All right. So they thought the world had been totally consumed by Yahuwah, and them and their dad was the only ones left. And so they came up with this plan to repopulate the earth on their own. All right, Jan, let's go.
Verse 31. And the firstborn said to the younger, Our father is old, and there is no man. Oh, I'm reading that again. That's okay. As in the way of the Eretz. Come, let us make our father drink wine and lie with him, so that we preserve the seed of our father. So they made their father drink wine that Layla. And the firstborn went in and lay with her father. And he was not aware of it when she lay down or when she arose.
Okay, stop. Okay, did Lot have anything to do with that? Or was that all just the girls? Roz?
I think they made him totally plastered, and he did not know anything about it.
It says he didn't. Yeah, so obviously he was passed out. So it makes you wonder, how his penis worked, and he was all passed out like that. But obviously it must have. Anyway, she went in there and basically molested her father when he was totally drunk and passed out. All right.
He shouldn't have been that drunk either.
Yeah, well,
I don't think he should have been that drunk.
I was going to get to that but you jumped ahead on me. So since you said that, is getting drunk to the point here where you lose total control, of your abilities, is that a sin? Yeah. Is it a sin to drink a beer? Is it a sin to drink a glass of wine? Is it a sin to take a shot of white lightning? Yeah. Is it a sin to get drunk though? Beyond you lose total control of your functions and your in reality? Yeah, it is.
You can be drunk off of the cares of this life.
Okay, so here Lot's drunk. We know Noah got drunk. And so is this equal to the righteousness of Yahuwah, this behavior? No. It shows you that there's different levels of righteousness. It proves that. Go ahead, Chance.
I love our Father's Torah behind this. So when one is belligerent and drunk, are we not bringing his name to ruin because we represent him and are called by his name? So if we're all stumbling around, clouded judgment, acting a fool, are we not representing Yahuwah behind this? Are we not bringing his name to ruin? We're his people.
We're profaning him. We're profaning
Right. We're
him.
his people. We're a people above all people, a treasured possession. And here we are stumbling around. Oh, yeah, you're bringing his name to ruin. Absolutely.
Go ahead, Ross.
It could be that it was him, but in here it says, let us make our father drink. So it was like they were offering him constantly a drink. And he was probably upset over his wife's death, but not at the father because he understood, but just the loss of his wife and his children that had already died also in Sodom. So that's kind of like how I see it. That it's not necessarily, could it be also their sin that they were forcing it on him? That they constantly put a drink in his hand?
Well, it does say that they said, let us make our father drink wine. And so it does appear that the daughters, a part of their scheme was to get him drunk.
Mm-hmm.
So it does seem that they were doing, had a wicked plan here, and they were involved in his getting drunkenness here. But were they doing this because they were wicked-minded and perverted because they lived in Sodom and Gomorrah for so long that their mind was twisted with perversion, having sex with their father? Or did they think they were doing something good? Because they thought the entire world was consumed and they would repopulate the planet. So were they doing it with the thought in their mind they were doing something good? Or were they just acting totally out of wickedness?
They were going the seem right way. It seemed right unto a man, but it leads unto death.
Mm. Go ahead, Phyllis.
Lou would say they pulled a Sarah trying to take things into their own hands.
Obviously. Go ahead, Talita.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think that they were able to create the story in their head that they're doing something good, but the reality is all they needed to do was trust in Yahuwah and not take the matters in their own hands, which that's what they were doing. They were taking the matters into their own hands based on their limited amount of understanding of what would happen next.
Yeah, go ahead, Chance.
Trying to think like them at this time, if they seen the whole plain and the whole land scorched, you know what I mean? They might have been feeling like they were apocalyptic in this time, and they were like, our father's the last man. Here we got to continue our seed line, perhaps. You know what I mean? Not to give an excuse behind this, but if they're young little girls and they have not even known a man yet, You know, they were in a pretty bad, precarious situation. The whole land just got scorched. Their mother's a pillar of salt. The land is smoking like a furnace, and their dad is sleeping there. And then, you know, like the seed in the ancient language means continuation. So they were thinking about a continuation of lineage, perhaps, you know, too, behind that. And they were thinking in the flesh. They were in the flesh thinking, you know, we got to continue our lineage here. Or we're going to all die, you know? I don't know.
I think they thought they were saving the human race. That's what I think they thought they were doing. You know, it's like, well, it's all up to us now. You know, we either have sex with our dad, or the human race is going to disappear off the earth. You know, and this is kind of strange when you really think about it. Is they totally eliminated Yahuwah out of this reasoning. You know, I mean, they didn't even give Yahuwah any thought. They're just going to save the human race on their own account, I guess. And it's interesting you brought that up, Chance, that they were virgins too. Yeah, well, they had sex with their dad. They were virgins. Yeah, so that's pretty strange. And on top of it, and I think there's something to that as well. But go ahead, Ross.
I lost my train of thought. I'm sorry. I'll come back to it.
Start talking about that virgin stuff. Got you all flustered, huh? Go ahead, Sandra.
I was just thinking about, it says in Ephesians 5, verse 18, and do not be drunk with wine, in which is loose behavior, but be filled with the Ruach. Speak into each other in psalms and songs of praise, and Ruach-like songs, singing and striking the strings in your heart to the Master, giving thanks always for all to Yahuwah the Father, in the name of our Master, Yahushua Mashiach. And then in Mashal, which is Proverbs chapter 31, it says, the words of sovereign lay me on, a message which his mother taught him. What, my son? What, the son of my womb? What, son of my vows? Do not give your strength to women, nor your ways to wiping away sovereigns. Not for sovereigns, lay me on, not for sovereigns to drink wine, nor for prince to desire strong drink, lest they drink and forget the teaching, and pervert the right of all the afflicted. Give strong drink to him who is perishing, and wine to those embittered in being. So even though they had that situation going on, they still walked in the same right way that leads unto death. But at the same time, what came about was the mixing of the nations, because the Moabites and the Ammonites came forth from that.
We haven't got that far yet. Don't tell him that stuff. Don't you tell him that. We ain't got there yet. Okay, so let me see. Jill says, why did the girls choose to deceive the father, though? Yeah, that's a good point. So why didn't they just talk to the dad? Why didn't they go to him and say, hey, Daddy Lot, are we the only ones left? If we are, do you think we should try to save the human race and have children by you? What do you think we should do, Dad? But they didn't go to their dad. Why? Maybe there was some type of wickedness going on in their head, sexual perversion going on. Don't forget, these girls were born and raised in Gomorrah. They were heavily brainwashed with perversion. Go ahead, Roz.
My thoughts keep coming, and this is what it was that had gone away before. Was Yahuwah not speaking to them? Was it a kind of a darkness that they lost that at that moment because of how they had disobeyed and gone to the city? And then, was his voice cut off to them, his presence to them at the moment for speaking and hearing? Because wouldn't they have asked him,
I don't really know, because they were under the covering of Lot. And so they were almost actually, they had to listen to him, go do what he says. It wasn't like today where girls could, rebel against their dad and go do what they wanted to do. Back then, the dad said something, they pretty much had to do it until they got married to another man. Then they could, heed to the husband rather than the dad. But they were pretty much trapped into what Lot's decision was here, I think.
Yeah, but was Lot actually hearing from Yahuwah at the time?
Now, not when he was drunk. Even if you was talking to him, he probably couldn't. He was probably too drunk to comprehend, or pay attention. All right. So I don't know. Yeah, I like I said, man. To me, everything's predestination, and so there was you had a plan behind all this. This is all happening because it's Yahuwah's will to happen this way. Okay, personally. But go ahead, Talitha.
Whenever I read this story, I was always under the impression that they did this without him knowing, to remove him from the sin, because they knew that they weren't supposed to do this, but they also felt that it was, the end if they didn't do this. They felt that there was no way for the generations to continue, that they were the last people. So they did this without asking, because if they ask him and then he says yes, then now he has become a part of this great sin that they're not supposed to do. So they went in without asking. They got him drunk first so that he wouldn't remember anything and that he wouldn't know. So he gets removed from like the terrible event that took place.
Yeah, I mean, it's a possibility. Yeah, it's possible. That could be. Go ahead, Phyllis.
Sister Talitha, I think you brought a very important point, actually, because they, answer to Mark's question, they didn't ask him. You're right, because once they got the decision, perhaps from their father, they are perhaps because they knew their father was righteous and they didn't necessarily want to be, and they wanted to be strong-willed. So better to ask forgiveness than permission. I think you touched on something.
Sandra?
Okay, this is kind of reminding me of that country song Desperado. But I think it talks about the strange woman in Proverbs. She's given to change. So it's like today, or I won't go back, come this far. Remember when Nimrod was trying to build a city for himself, trying to establish himself. They're trying to establish themselves. They're not trying to build or bring forth fruit to build Yahuwah, like he said, be fruitful and multiply. They're desperate for themselves. Survival and extension for themselves is where they're coming from. But I'm remembering the scripture says, lean not to your own understanding. Acknowledge Yahuwah in all your ways, and he will direct your path. So this is flesh taking over, trying to do this rather than walking in his way according to how he would do. And that's the way we are in the world today. It's not about establishing or esteeming Yahuwah. It's about esteeming mankind and mankind's wants and needs and desires. And that's not what we're supposed to be about. That's the difference between set apartness.
Yeah. Anybody else? Thoughts, comments, questions? Let's go, Jim. Go ahead, Jim.
19 verse 34. And it came to be on the next Yom that the firstborn said to the younger, See, I lay with my father last Layla. Let us make him drink wine tonight as well, and you go in and lie with him, so that we keep the seed of our father. So they made their father drink wine that Layla as well. And the younger arose and lay with him, and he was not aware of it when she lay down or when she arose. Thus, both the daughters of Lot became pregnant by their father.
Okay, hang on a minute. All right. What? You know what I mean? He had to have a hangover if he got so drunk that he passed out and didn't know that somebody was in there having sex with him. And then the next night he got drunk again. I mean, is this righteous behavior equal to Yahuwah? Certainly not. Twice. Hey, one time, 2 times in a row, that's sin, man. All right? That's just like the old saying for a man, if you look at a woman once, that's only natural. If you look at her twice, that's sin. All right? So there's no doubt now at this point that Lot's sinning. And it makes me wonder how in the world did his daughters convince him to get drunk again? I mean, it's weird, man. I don't know how a grown man could allow his daughters to convince him to get drunk, especially if I know he had to be sick as a dog that next day and have a hangover. He got drunk that much, but he did it again the second time. And now both his daughters were virgins and both had sex with their dad, and they're both pregnant the first time they ever had sex. That's pretty crazy too, isn't it? So this was Yahuwah's will, no doubt. There's no doubt in my mind. I mean, just since they both had sex for the first time in their life and they both became pregnant, it has to be Yahuwah's will that this happened. Is there any thoughts, comments, or questions at this point? Is there anybody doubting that Lot's a sinner? And how about his daughters? Are they unrighteous? Their acts of treachery against their father, against Yahuwah? Huh? Is this not acts of treachery, sin, both on the part of the father and the daughters? If Scripture didn't say that Lot was not aware of it, I wouldn't believe it. You know what I'm saying? I don't know how somebody could be totally passed out, wiped out to the point where you could do anything you wanted to him and they wouldn't know it, but yet he could, get an erection.
He went into a drunken stupor. He was unconscious of it. He went out of his mind totally.
Yeah, but he could still get an erection.
He blacked out.
You see what I'm trying to get to, man? If it wasn't in Scripture, I'd have a hard time with this one, but it's in there. So, yeah, it's true. It has to be true. Okay, so anyway, we're at this point now that to me, the father and the daughters have sinned, and so their righteousness is a definite lower level of righteousness than Yahuwah's righteousness. That's where I'm at on this. Any thoughts, comments, questions? All right, Jim, let's go.
So is it like those false spirits that you were talking about last night that he said, how you going to trick them? Is it like Yahuwah sent this plan in order for it to bring about these nations, this mixed nation, the Moabites and the Benamites, the Ammonites?
Maybe, yeah.
So,
Sort of similar.
It looks like the beginning. It's the beginning of the nations coming forth out of here.
I know, but we ain't got there yet. You quit saying that. Speedy's getting mad. Speedy, calm down. You're supposed to love your sister. You have to love your sister, dude, or you can't love Yahuwah. Calm down. Speedy getting mad. Okay, go ahead, June.
Verse 37. And the firstborn bore a son and called his name Moab. He is the father of the Moabites to this Yom. And the younger, she also bore a son and called his name Ben-Ami. He is the father of the children of Ammon to this Yom.
Okay. So look what happened. Through the beginning of all this disobedience of Lot, not escaping to the mountain, wanting to stay on the plains, Yahuwah consuming him. His butt was smoking. He was chasing him with fire. He finally went to the mountains. His wife looked back. She turned to pillar. Now he's getting drunk every night, sloppy drunk, passing out, totally out of his mind, can't remember nothing, didn't know anything that happened. His virgin daughters have become sinful by the acts of their father, and Yahuwah's been totally removed out of the picture. And lo and behold, what does Yahuwah bring on them for their transgressions? The firstborn became the Moabites. The second became the Ammonites. Both of these people became arch enemies of Yesharal. And these two sons, these two groups of people here, coming from the two sons of Lot, the daughters of Lot, are the ones that lead the Israelites into Baal worship. Comments, thoughts, or questions? Look what happens when you disobey. You don't ask, you don't walk in Yahuwah's will. So what could they have done better? What should they have done? What do you think the better actions would have been that maybe would have led to blessings rather than a curse? Because these are the two sons really became the father of Baal worship, really, out of this treacherous acts of these two daughters of Lot. Like I said, you got to remember they were born and raised in Sodom and Gomorrah, man, on the plains where all that perversion. They grew up seeing that stuff all their life. And so they were absolutely brainwashed, had to been. It's like me. Okay, so you guys have seen my great-grandchildren running around here quite a bit. Y'all familiar with them, right? And so ever since they were babies, I've always taken them to Walmart. Yeah, they always want to go to Walmart. Every time they know I'm going to Walmart, they're like my shadow, man. They're right with me, right? And we go to enter into Walmart, we always turn left, because when we turn left, guess where that takes us to? To the toys, right? And so the other day, I went to Walmart and the kids weren't with me, right? They were at school. So I went into Walmart and I almost took a left toward the toy aisle because they have programmed my mind into taking that left and going over to the toys every time I go into Walmart. So I'm programmed now. The kids are programmed. They've brainwashed me. Yeah. So, yeah, you get brainwashed, programmed through your environment. And so there's no doubt that these girls had this nasty, perversion, brainwashed with it. And that could have been part of it, why they did what they did. But tell me, somebody, what would have been the better thing to happen here with everybody? Lot, his wife, and his two daughters. What should they have done? What would have been the better scenario? Somebody. Joe.
I would think speak with their daddy because his, father figure. I don't know.
You should have spoke to their father. That would have been one good thing. Roz?
To pray to Yahuwah and find out what his plans were for everything.
Right. They should talk to you about it. Chance?
Yeah, I was just gonna say what Ross said is I going over this word Hadarak, the way. What way do I go, Yahuwah? What should I do here and seek counsel? Uh, if all the plains is scorched and you're living in a cave, it would seem pretty, you know, how am I going to eat and survive here? We should be in contact with Yahuwah indefinitely at this point because he just put judgment down. He just scorched everything. Everything's burnt. It's smoking like a furnace. You ain't got nothing going on around you. I can't believe they got wine. He burned up. You carrying wine? How you get a wine? Where's this coming from? Everything's burned up.
Did they take it with them? Hey,
Is
don't
the
forget
wine?
the wine. Hey, grab the wine, Jack, man. Don't forget the wine.
We're about to have a hard time. Grab the wine. It's about to get real rough around here. Get the wine.
Where else would they have got it? Because it would have had to have been grapes for them to make it themselves, or at least something for them to ferment.
Hey, we know. Wine has to do with teaching and brainwashing too.
Correct.
Strange wine, sour wine. Who knows what's going on here?
That's right, old wine. Go ahead, Phyllis.
Didn't you ask a more expanded question?
Yeah, yes, I did.
A little further back, they could have just run to the mountains like they were told.
Oh, that would have been the good thing to do at first, wasn't it? Okay, so anybody else? Okay, so first of all, they should escape to the mountains, period. Now, well, let's go back up even further. The messenger shouldn't have had to grab them by the hand and drag them out of there. They should have just went on their own accord. And then they should escape to the mountains. Go ahead, Phil.
It seems as though the wine is the drunkenness of where they were, their environment, like you were talking about. And he left, but probably a bit reluctantly, even though it doesn't say he did. But he brought that old wine, that old worldly tradition with him. And Yahuwah spared him from that. Didn't spare his wife because maybe she led him into the sin in the first place. And now the daughters are just doing what Mama has done. I don't know. This is all speculation. This is not my own thinking. But I mean, think about it. You're part of your environment, so it's very hard. That's why he destroyed the city in the first place. So therefore, maybe Lot was still a little bit that way too, but he decided to preserve him because that's his choice. He can save Hitler if he wanted to, and he may have. So the point is they're carrying out some type of will because he creates both good and evil. So therefore he's sparing him. And then here's what's going to happen ultimately when you do this and continue this tradition. I don't know.
Yeah, they were all brainwashed. Their environment had them brainwashed, and their actions definitely prove that for sure. And boy, it's nice seeing you, Phil. I missed you. Listen, they should have listened to Yahuwah all the way through it. Okay, first thing they should have did was not have to be dragged out there. They should have went out on their own accord, and then they should escape to the mountains. Okay. The wife should have never looked back. She should have continued to go and pray about her other kids that was there and never looked back, desired the world, but looked forward to living a life with Yahuwah is what she should have done. And then the girl should have spoke with their father of their concerns, and their father and them should have all went to Yahuwah and prayed to Yahuwah about all this. And then they should have never sat there and looked down onto the plains with all the smoke and all the misery going on down there, the destruction, and sit there and just continued to look into that environment. They should have got up and left and said, let's go find out if we're the only ones left. Let's go over that mountain range over there and see what's on the other side over there where Uncle Abraham lives. Let's go see if he's still there or not. They didn't even think about Abraham. He wasn't that far away from them because it says right there, Abraham arose early in the morning and went to the place where he had stood before Yahuwah. And he looked toward Sodom and Gomorrah and toward all the land of the plain. And he looked and he saw smoke of the land. He wasn't that far off. He could go look over and see the plain. So they could have went up to where he was. Let's go see if Uncle Abraham's still alive. But they didn't. They sit there and looked at the misery, the blackness, the darkness, the sulfur, the fire, and stayed there in that miserable place and didn't even think to try to get out of there. They just sit there in the wilderness watching the destruction. And so they should have got up off their butts out of that cave and went and tried to find their Abraham or see if there was anyone else alive. Instead, just there, sit there and assume that they were the only ones left on the planet. They should have went and looked. So what's that mean? They kind of had a lazy streak, if you ask me. A little bit lazy. I'd have said, man, if it was me, I'd have said, get all our stuff, and we're going over that hill, and we're going to go see if Uncle Abraham's still alive. I mean, that would have been the first thing come to my mind, other than pray to Yahuwah. Go ahead, Phyllis.
What you were saying, isn't that true of a lot of people this day, even among Natsarim, and I've been guilty myself, sit and wallow in my misery and look at my problems and not even take a chance to look up at Yahuwah to pull me out of it. I mean, eventually I do, but you could do it a lot sooner.
Yeah, get up off your butt and go find something better. What are you sitting in there and sitting in your misery for? Yeah, I don't know. I better not say that, but go ahead, Ross.
This just came to me. They never even thanked him for their life. They're sitting there, like she said, about wallowing in their sorrow, and they never thanked him for pulling them out of the fire.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, it's like Yahuwah, once he brought them out of there and saved them, delivered them out of their horrific conditions. Once they were out, they never even acknowledged him anymore. They forgot all about him. We see that in the world too. Like somebody in prison, for instance. They get to prison, first thing they do is grab a Bible, and they sit there and they pray to Yahuwah all the time. Beg Yahuwah to get me out of here. If you get me out of here, I promise I'll follow you. I'll go to church every day. I'll read the Bible every day. Just get me out of here. And beg and beg and beg and beg. And what happens? He gets them out of there. And what do? They immediately go right back into their filthy lifestyle and start living the way they lived before they got in there. They forget all about Yahuwah. So yeah, it looks to me that the same thing, Ross. They forgot all about Yahuwah. They didn't bother thinking about him at all here.
It's the hearing from him. That's why I don't think that they were hearing from him. And he might not have even, like y'all said, where did they get the grapes from and the wine from? Maybe they didn't even get anything drunk like that. It could have just been the wallowing in their sorrow.
Yeah, I believe they got physically drunk, and where did they get the wine from? Well, more than likely they took it with them. It's going to be is my guess. Look, they didn't leave Sodom and Gomorrah and escape to the mountain. Okay, they went over to Soar. Lot wanted to go to Soar. He didn't want to go to the mountain. Why do you think that was? What was Lot's motivation behind not going straight, listen to you, and going straight to the mountains? Why? Oh, I think Lot wanted to take some possessions. He didn't want to leave all his possessions behind. So I think Lot was going to say, hey, I don't want to go up there. If I leave right now, I'm going with nothing. Let me go over to the shore. Let me live over there. And so I believe that because of his reluctancy to go skip to the mountains immediately, then he went there. I think they took things with them when they left. And so, maybe blankets, some food, maybe wine, whatever. Maybe a spear, maybe some kind of weapons. Who knows? But obviously, they didn't have to make an immediate decision to flee with nothing in their hand. And so they took things, in my opinion, it's where the wine came from. Now, ain't it funny that we read in scripture on the day of Yahuwah that he tells the Yehudim to flee to the mountains and don't go back and get your coat. Remember that? Don't go down and get your coat. Don't take nothing with you. Just get out. As soon as you see the anti-Messiah, the Antichrist come on the scene, and get up on the Temple Mount, proclaim to be Yahuwah, get out of Dodge. Don't even go get your coat. Don't take nothing with you. Just get out. It's kind of like the same thing, but I think Lot, he didn't want to just get out. He wanted to go and get his coat. And obviously here, some wine before he headed for the mountains. Go ahead, Talita.
Yeah, for me, it just shows also that, like, you're not, like, he and his family obviously weren't worthy of being saved. They're purely being saved because Yahuwah chose to save them, to set some sort of example, or for whatever reason he chose. But it's not that they were, like, it's obvious that Lot still had some kinds of attachment to the worldly things. The same with his family, like, it wasn't from anything that they did that Yahuwah saved them. Like, it seems to be kind of clear that that's what's happening, and that it was purely from the choice of Yahuwah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Elohim remembered Abraham. That's why. Yeah, they should have all been destroyed. There's no doubt. I mean, Lot's wife was so worldly that she looked back. She was bitter about it, and she looked back and want. I really believe that, and that's why she became part of the world, because she loved the world more than she did Yahuwah. And so he made her part of the world. That's what I think, spiritually. Yeah. And no, I mean, that's what I think too, Talitha. Go ahead, Sandra.
I was wondering, does this have any relationship to when Yahushua was prophesying that Sodom and Gomorrah will rise up in judgment against them? Because if they had been given the warning, like what he was given to the Yahudim, then they would have repented long time ago before it had gotten destroyed. Remember that parable that Yahushua was teaching about? He said they're going to rise up because they didn't receive our love for the truth when the truth came to them. I'm wondering, is this sort of like a type of foreshadow of that?
Maybe. It seems to have a little bit of connection there. And even in the, doesn't it say that in the tribulation years that Jerusalem will be known as the city of Sodom and Gomorrah, or something like that? And so that
does say that in one of the prophets.
Yeah, there seems to be some kind of connection to that as well. Go ahead, Ross.
Looking back on 18 and 19, and Lot said to them, "Oh no, Yahuwah." So he told him no. He didn't want to go. And then, "Look, please, your servant has found favor in your eyes, and you have increased your kindness." Okay, so I'm going to skip down. And then Yahuwah goes and he's telling them, "Hurry, escape there, for I am not able to do any deed." So he was, I think, a little bit upset at that time, that they hadn't listened to him, that they hadn't gone and done like he wanted them to, because they were stopping his things that he needed to do.
Yeah, he says, but I am unable to escape to the mountains, lest calamity overtake me and I die. So he was thinking about stuff he needed for survival, such as clothing, blankets, food, water, and wine, obviously. Maybe he was an alcoholic and he needed alcohol. Who knows? But yeah, when he said, "Oh no, Yahuwah," and Lot said to him, "Oh no, Yahuwah, Look, please, your servant has found favor in your eyes. You have increased your kindness. I think he is, he's saying, no, I don't want to go live in the mountains. Or he may even be sort of saying, oh, no, please don't destroy, my city. Maybe a little bit of both there. But obviously, his excuse is, or his reasoning behind it is, that he's unable to escape to the mountains, lest calamity overtake me and I die. I think he's thinking about stuff he needs to survive. I just can't go there with nothing. I'll die. See what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So he obviously wants to take something with him.
But I think that laziness has a big key, because isn't that how Lot got there in the first place? Because his herdsman was striving with Abraham's herdsman. So there was a strife between the light and the dark, with them two dwelling together. They had become, so Abraham offered him to look, and if you go this way, I'll go that way. And he saw that it was fruitful over there and it was well plunged, and he decided to go over there where it was already set up. So that's his part of his laziness throughout the whole thing. He didn't want to go and be established from nothing. He wanted it to be already set up for him. He didn't want to do the work. That's how he got there in the first place. And he had so many. And what happened to all his herdsmen and cattle and things that he had that he separated for Abraham for? They must have became Sodom and Gomorrah too.
Well, that's a good point you're making there, really, because what did Lot do? He was greedy, wasn't he? He said, pick whatever, wherever you go this way, I'll go that way. And so what did he do? He thought he was picking the best for himself. It turned out to be the worst, wasn't it? So that just goes to show you, put others first, man. And then, you may be blessed exceedingly. If you put yourself first, then you'll be last. It all plays out there. So Lot chose the best for himself. He thought, ooh, the fertile plains of the land, I'll take that. That's the best. And it turned out not to be the best, did it? It turned out to be the worst. Because so his greed got the best of him. What he thought the grass was greener on the other side and he was getting the best portion, turned out it wasn't, and he was getting the least portion. So that's a lesson to be learned too. Go ahead, Chance.
Yeah, I've been thinking a lot about what you guys been saying. It comes into perhaps Lot was, a greedy, rich kind of guy, and had a lot of attachments in that life. If we look at it from the perspective of trusting and not holding on to the things of the flesh, trying to be like lukewarm. You're either hot or cold. You know what I mean? You take one approach. You can't be in between. You have to trust in Yahuwah and trust his provisions and not attach yourself to looking backwards, attaching yourself to what's behind you and only moving forward, and I think that's a lot of what happened here is, Yahuwah said, escape to the mountains lest you be consumed. Yahuwah is going to destroy everything, and he was too, that's like speaking of us in the fleshy sense, our flesh is going to die. So are we going to sit and be attached to our flesh and serve the flesh? Or are we going to run for the mountains and run that race to receive an incorruptible crown? Because the flesh is going to perish behind, our flesh is going to die. If you serve the flesh, you're going to die. And it seemed like Lot right here was, I'm going to die, the calamity, yeah, your flesh is going to die, and he took off to the mountains. And then the second one I wanted to do here is the firstborn son, they called his name Moab. Well, if I look at this word according to the language, it's the blood given by the father. You see the Ab back there? It's Abba. And then mom means blood. And then the u means give. Blood given from father. It's incest. You know, if you look at the word Moab, it means the blood connected to the master of the household. The blood of the father. It's incest, what we know today. So the firstborn son is called is incest. The blood given from the father. You know, so the blood that is made up of this Moabites is, in our father's language, is the blood connected to the father inside of the household. Isn't that interesting? How it just says that. That's pretty it's pretty intense right there. It's pretty much saying I don't know why that got put on me, but it's saying just that. Blood given from father. Blood given from master of household. Moab. Wow. But yeah, I don't know. There's a rich man and a poor man, and there's only one little hole in the wall. You know, they both can only go through that hole with what they can carry. So all this rich stuff we have, you know, I was speaking about this last Shabbat. Doesn't matter what you got, you can only carry what you got through that hole. You know, so you end up being like the poor man because you can only carry what you got. You can only fit through that hole, you know. So I don't know, it's pretty interesting. Even though Lot's wife looked backward and got hardened and turned into stone, Lot was still trusting in his flesh, trusting in attached to his life, you know, and instead of fleeing to the mountains with what you got, he wanted to, you know, still attach himself to the flesh, even though the flesh is going to die. Everything is going to die, you know. Does that make sense? Or am I on a tangent here? Am I stretching? Am I stretching things here? You know what I mean? I don't want to be stretching here. I think he was attached to the flesh and it's all going to perish, you know? And he was, you know, in a spiritual sense, he was still trying to live in his fleshy life, but still try to do what Yahuwah is telling him, but is still attached to the flesh.
Yeah. Okay. So, I was hoping to get through 5 chapters, but I don't know if we're just going to get through one today, but let's try to at least get through 2 or 3. So, who wants to read chapter 20? Today's seems to be tangent day. Who wants to read chapter 20? Sandra?
Barashith, Genesis chapter 20, verse 1. And Abraham set out from there to the land of the south and dwelt between Kadesh and Shur and stayed in Gerar. And Abraham said concerning Sarah, his wife, his Asher, she is my sister. And the Abimelech, sovereign of Gerar, sent and took Sarah. But Elohim came to Abimelech in a dream by Lila and said to him, see, you are a dead man because of the Asher whom you have taken, for she is a man's Asher. However, Abimelech had not come near her, and he said, Yahuwah, would you slay a righteous nation also? Did he not say to me, she is my sister? And she even herself said, he's my brother. In the integrity of my heart and in the innocence of my hands, I have done this. And Elohim said to him in a dream, yeah, I know that you did this in the integrity of your heart. And so I have kept you from sinning against me. For this reason, I did not let you touch her. And now return the man to Asher, for he is a prophet, and let him pray for you and you live. But if you do not return her, know that you shall certainly die, you and all yours. So Abimelech.
Okay, hang on a minute. Okay, so did Abraham lie to this man?
No.
First of all, notice that Abraham didn't stay there in that to look at all that misery. He left. Okay, and so he set out from there to the land of the south and dwelt there between Kadesh and Shur. And he stayed in Gera. Remember, we just looked at that too on the map. Remember? It's right there by the Red Sea. Remember that? Okay, so what's up here? I mean, Yitzhak repeats the same thing. He basically does the same thing with his wife. But we'll get to that later on when we get to way over there in 26 after Abraham dies. But did Abraham lie to this man, and this man took Sarah over to him because he was wanting to obviously betroth her, And it's kind of weird how Abraham just sat idly by and let all this transpire because he was scared that he would get killed. He was fearing for his own life. And he wasn't a coward either, for sure. I mean, he wiped out 5 kings, and saved a lot. I mean, he wasn't a coward. What's happening here, Phyllis?
Well, truly, she was half his sister, but I think it was pretty cowardly and not trusting in Yahusha. I lost some respect for the man in that instance.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. Yeah, he wasn't a coward, but it seems like in this situation, he did exhibit some cowardly type of action there, because he should have stood up for her and said, "Hey, this is my sister, half sister, but she's my wife as well." And so he was fearing this man rather than fearing Yahuwah. No doubt about it. So even Abraham had a different level of righteousness, didn't he? Because his belief, his trust in Yahuwah was counted as righteousness. And so his righteousness must have been at a different level as well. So that, again, confirms that there's different levels of righteousness. Okay? It's important. Because Christianity don't teach that. Most people don't ever think about that. They think righteous, everything goes into one box. When you say righteousness, they put everything in one box. You can't. There's different levels of righteousness for sure. I think we've proven that today for sure. And so Abraham didn't really lie, and really, because Sarah was his sister, but he surely held back some important information here and didn't reveal that she was his wife. Therefore, to me, I gotta agree with Phyllis. This was cowardly, even though he was very brave to go off and fight other men and fight in a war. For some reason, when it came to defending his Asha, he cowered. And, I've seen that in other men too. It's kind of weird. I've seen them, where they're brave and they'll fight another man in a heartbeat or go to war, but yet they don't defend their Asha for some reason. They cower. It's kind of weird. There's some weird thing about a man's mind that causes him to do that. I don't know what it is. I've seen it though. Go ahead, Chance.
Something that's coming to mind about this, it's very interesting to me, like Abraham's talking face to face with Yahuwah, and it seems he has complete trust in the hand of Yahuwah here, and has in himself said, it's turned into it's turned into what we call a blessing for him. So when he goes into these places and these people, you know, take his Asha, Yahuwah reveals his hand to them and it turns into a blessing. So Yahuwah is blessing Abraham through his trustworthiness in Yahuwah's will to save and be strong for him, you know. So it seems like every time this occurs, a blessing is sure to follow right after. It's almost like put your trust into Yahuwah, that he will be there to protect and save, you know.
Yeah, I mean, I find it kind of cool that Abraham talked to this guy in the dream, you know, which means to me, when you see that, that means he wasn't talking to the flesh. You know, he wasn't talking to the conscious mind. He was talking to the spiritual man, in the man's inner man and the spirit inside the man. Go ahead, Phyllis.
I was just thinking to myself that there must have been some plan in this for Yahuwah. I mean, if it's all predetermined anyway, Yahuwah knew he was going to do this, and so Yahuwah, like Chance said, provided a blessing for him. That's great, Chance. That's a great point.
Go ahead, Sandra.
So is this like proving Abraham's trust in Yahuwah? Because if we read further down, we'll see that when he explains himself to Abimelech, why he told him that she was his sister is because he didn't think that the fear of Yahuwah was in that place. Is why he did that, and he was afraid for his life because he knew he knew what kind of lustful and I guess he knew what kind of people they were. They would take a man's Asha. That's why he said that. He was trying to protect himself and Sarah. He wasn't trying to be a coward. He knew he was among people that did not have consciousness of Yahuwah.
Yeah, he may have been thinking about self-preservation a little bit.
He's leaning to his own understanding.
All right.
Yeah.
But yeah, he may have been hoping that Yahuwah would get him out of hot water. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if he did it because he trusted Yahuwah, but I think maybe he is praying afterwards that Yahuwah would get him out of hot water. I mean, Abraham isn't any different than us. I mean, you can see he's getting himself in and out of hot water the whole time here, you know, with Isaac and, you know, Ishmael and all this other things that's happened. You know, no doubt Abraham's is another level of righteousness as well. Go ahead, Chance.
Something else is coming to me too is there's a time for war and there's a time for peace, and it seems like Abraham is on a time of peace where he's received the covenant. He's, you know what I mean, he's coming into a land of peace and is fulfilling that time, whereas other times Yahuwah definitely, you know, makes time for war and time for peace, you know. So maybe there's something there as well.
Anybody else? All right, Sandra, let's go. Oh, wait a minute. Number 7. And now return the man's Asherah, for he is a prophet. Abraham's a prophet? How so? Why is Abraham a prophet? I would ask you, is Abraham a prophet? But scripture says he is, so yeah, he's a prophet. How so?
He's your messenger of Yahuwah. That's what makes him a prophet.
Messenger of Yahuwah. How
Yeah.
so?
Because he remember when he said, I know Abraham will order his household to obey me in chapter 18, verse 19. For I have known him so that he commands his children and household after him to guard the way of Yahuwah, to do righteousness and right ruling, so that Yahuwah brings Abraham what he has spoken to him. That's how.
And so, if we're a witness, one of Yahuwah's witnesses that he is Yahuwah, he exists. Are we a prophet? Is that what you're saying? Chance?
We have a ruach, with the ruach hakodesh in us. So there's a seed of activity in the inside of you. You know what I mean? So I would say, yeah. Can we speak through our mouth the word of Yahuwah? Are we directed by Yahuwah? Do we have the seed of Yahuwah? Do we have the ruach hakodesh indwelling in us? We must be some sort of a prophet here.
Was Abraham before Moses? Yeah, way before Moses. Yeah. Go ahead, Roz.
Well, he, when you speak life, he spoke life for Lot, to have him, to ask the Father to please save him. When we speak life into people, is that possible, being a prophet? By speaking and praying for someone and not talking against them or belittling or anything. We're speaking life out of our mouth. There's power in the tongue.
Yeah, I mean, did he talk to Yahuwah?
Mm-hmm.
So if you talk directly to Yahuwah and Yahuwah talks directly to you, and Yahuwah tells you to do something and you go do it, are you a prophet?
Because you're listening to the Father.
Yeah. And so, yeah, anybody that Yahuwah speaks to and they obey his voice is a prophet. Anybody that reads scriptures is a prophet. Anybody that Yahuwah visits and talks to and tells them to go relay a message to somebody else is an emissary, but also a prophet, especially if it involves any type of prophecy. They're a prophet. And so, how is it that Abraham is a prophet then? Why? He didn't have the he wasn't set on a mission to go to talk to anybody because Israel did not exist yet. Abraham's the start of all this. He's the father of our belief. It all started with him. So how is it he's a prophet? What does Abraham know that makes him a prophet? Go ahead, Ross.
Well, I'm going to start off with this, that he left the land because the Father, Yahuwah, told him to leave. That's one thing. And then the other thing is he also is listening to the Father about that his seed is going to be as many as the stars or the sand of the sea.
Yeah. Yeah, so since he knows these things, that makes him a prophet, does it not? Yeah, it does. So really, any type of communication at all with Yahuwah makes you a prophet. Especially when it involves prophecy, right? All right, so Christianity and other different religious sects like to teach that a prophet means somebody who can see the future and predict things. Like a meteor is going to come down. Let me see. March 8th, 2028. This big
That's
meteor
divination.
and hit New York and destroy the world.
You know that's divination.
Well, what Christianity teaches, the prophets can see future events. Is that true? What is a prophet? Somebody define a prophet. How would you define a prophet? Phyllis?
Someone who speaks in the name of Yahuwah or Yahusha, and what he speaks is true.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't it say somewhere in Revelation about the spirit of prophecy?
The spirit of prophecy is the testimony of Yahusha.
Isn't there a scripture that says that?
Yeah. Okay, so obviously Abraham has been told things by Yahuwah, and he's repeated it to other people, which makes him a prophet. All right? Do you think he's told his servants, his family, his his clan, his wife, the things that Yahuwah has told him? Of course he has. And so that makes him a prophet. He's passing on Yahuwah's words. So a prophet is a messenger of Yahuwah. Somebody who receives a prophecy from Yahuwah and goes and tells it to somebody else. Prophecy has never come from a man, ever. It always comes from the Ruach in the man. Go ahead, Chance.
Perhaps a Nabim is one who has an indwelling ruach of Yahuwah, the mind to understand and perceive. The ruach of prophecy, the ruach hakudash connects us to Yahuwah through one ruach. So we are connected to Yahuwah through ruach. We're all made to drink in one ruach. If I look at it in the Father's language, it's a seed, and it's the power, and it's inside. Those are the three characteristics that come from Nabim or Nab, is seed, power, inside. So the Ruach, we're unable to serve in the flesh, so we'll need the Ruach.
Okay. All right. Go to Jeremiah 23. Phyllis, you want to read that for us? Jeremiah 23.
Yes, sir. Just let me, the whole chapter?
Jeremiah
20, the whole chapter?
No, let's go from 29 down to 38. 29 to 38, probably.
Okay.
Oh, hang on a minute. Let's go from 20 to 38. Let's do that.
Yes, sir. Yirmiyahu, or Jeremiah, chapter 23, verse 20.
Yeah.
The displeasure of Yahuwah shall not turn back until he has done and established the purposes of his heart. In the latter, yeoman, you shall understand it perfectly. I did not send these prophets, yet they ran. I have not spoken to them, yet they prophesied. But if they had stood in my counsel, then they would have let my people hear my words, and they would have turned them from their evil way and from the evil of their deeds. Am I an Elohim close by, says Yahuwah, and not an Elohim afar off? If anyone is hidden in secret places, would I not see him? Declares Yahuwah. Do I not feel the Shamayim and Arets? Declares Yahuwah. I have heard what the prophets have said who prophesy falsehood in my name, saying, I have dreamed, I have dreamed. Till when shall it be in the heart of the prophets of falsehood, and the prophets of the deceit of their own heart, who try to make my people forget my name by their dreams, which everyone relates to his neighbor, as their fathers forgot my name for Baal. The prophet who has a dream, let him relate the dream. And he who has my word, let him speak my word in truth. What is the chaff to wheat, declares Yahuwah? Is not my word like a fire, declares Yahuwah, and like a hammer that shatters a rock? Therefore, see, I am against the prophets, declares Yahuwah, who steal my words, every one from his neighbor. See, I am against the prophets, declares Yahuwah, who use their tongues and say, he declares. See, I am against those who prophesy false dreams, declare Yahuwah, and relate them and lead my people astray by their falsehoods and by their reckless boasting. But I myself did not send them, nor have I commanded them. And they do not profit this people at all, declares Yahuwah. And when these people or the prophet or the priest ask you, saying, what is the message of Yahuwah? Then you shall say to them, what message? I shall forsake you, declares Yahuwah. As for the prophet and the priest and the people who say the message of Yahuwah, I shall punish that man and his house. This is what each one says to his neighbor, and each one to his brother. What has Yahuwah answered? And what has Yahuwah spoken? But the message of Yahuwah you no longer remember. For every man's message is his own word. For you have changed the words of the living Elohim, Yahuwah Sabaoth, our Elohim. This is what you say to the prophet. What has Yahuwah answered you? And what has Yahuwah spoken? But since you say the message of Yahuwah, therefore thus said Yahuwah, because you say this word, the message of Yahuwah, and I have sent to you, saying, do not say the message of Yahuwah. Therefore, see, I shall utterly forget you and cast you away from my presence, along with the city that I gave you and your fathers. Well, I might as well read the next one. And I shall put an everlasting reproach on you and an everlasting shame that is not forgotten.
Okay. So I think that pretty much clears it up. You know, Yahuwah has to talk to you, and he has to tell you to go say something for you to be a prophet. If not, and you're saying that Yahuwah said this or Yahuwah told me to tell you that, you're lying. If he didn't, you're not a prophet. Okay, you're in big trouble with what you are. Okay, so it's pretty clear Yahuwah spoke with Abraham and told him things about the future, and Abraham passed them on to others, and so he's a prophet. Everybody seeing that?
Yes, sir.
Chance, go ahead.
Something interesting that came to me in the Natsarim writings is not to change subject, but this day and age we're commanded to go and make taught ones of the nations, immersing them in the name of the Father and the Son and the Ruach HaKodesh. You know what I mean? This was a command given to us by Yahusha. So this somewhat is like a message for us to go out and bring Basora. The Basora's got to go out to all the nation. Isn't that interesting?
Yeah, well, you can go out there and talk your head off to 1,000 people and never save one of them, you know. But what you're doing is you're not trying to save the world, okay? What you're doing is you're proclaiming, and hopefully a lost sheep hears his voice in their ears and wakes them up. That's what you're doing. So to be quite frank about it, when you go out and you quote scripture, either by reading it directly or verbatim, you're prophesying. And that's what Yahuwah is saying here. But the message of Yahuwah, you no longer remember. For every man's message is his own word. For you have changed the words of the living Elohim. Yahuwah Zabaoth are Elohim. That's what he's telling you right there, man. If you're going to go out there and spread the Basora, you better do it verbatim, or you better be reading directly out of scripture. To go out there and run your mouth, get yourself in big trouble, because you're changing the words of Yahuwah. And now you're not a prophet, you become a false prophet. So watch what you're doing. Thoughts, comments, questions? June.
I was just noticing here in verse 4, Abimelech it says he's talking in his dream, and he's actually calling this person in his dream Yahuwah. And then he finishes up saying that, would you slay a righteous nation? So I'm like, in this dream, does it look like that Yahuwah introduced himself? I mean, he's calling him Yahuwah. So it's like he knows who he is. And then he follows up by saying they're a righteous nation. So I'm like, I don't know, this Abimelech from Gerar, I don't know, is that a Canaanite king? So how's he calling him Yahuwah and then telling Yahuwah that, why would you want to slay a righteous nation? So I'm not understanding what's going on right there.
Yeah, Abraham left, okay, and he went south down and settled in Gerar, which I believe is down there by the Red Sea, if I'm not mistaken. It's south for sure. And this sovereign of Gerar here in that land where he settled, obviously knows Yahuwah. I mean, he's heard of Yahuwah, and he's definitely somehow acquainted with him for sure. Because you're right. All I see him sitting in a dream. Yeah, I know that you did this and kept it integrity in your heart, and so I keep you from sinning. But he was speaking to him in a dream, and then he told him to return Sarah because Abraham's a prophet. And then it says, but if you do not return her, then you'll certainly die, you and all of yours. So Abimelech rose early in the morning, called his servants, and spoke all these words in hearing, and the men were greatly frightened. And he called Abraham and told him all that. So I think he didn't know him. He may have heard of him. I don't know. But he had not come near her, and he said, Yahuwah, would you have to slay a righteous man, a nation also? And Elohim came to him in a dream, see, and said, see, you're a dead man. And so I don't think he knew him beforehand, But he knew it when he came to him in that dream, he found out who he was. He knew him then, and he believed him, who he was. And so when he woke up, he acted on what was revealed to him in that dream. And he definitely believed in Yahuwah at that point, for sure. So it must have been a very powerful dream. This man didn't play around, man. He believed every word of that dream. And so, like I said, generally when this happens, Yahuwah's not speaking to our conscious mind. He's bypassing our conscious mind and speaking directly to our inner man. Who controls who? Does the inner man control the conscious mind, or does the conscious mind control the inner man? Which would you say? Which one?
I would guess the conscious mind would control the inner man, because when you put the inner man aside and let Yahuwah dwell there, then he controls the inner man. Is that right? Just a stab at it. I'm not sure.
Anybody else? Any thoughts on it? How about you, Jeff? See if we can get you and Joe and you and June arguing.
No, that won't happen.
You guys are too close here. I need to get some friction going. Joe, what's your opinion on it?
I told her I thought the same thing.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's not good.
I told her before she said it.
Oh, well, I tried. No. Yeah, I mean,
it's a scripture that says that the ruach of a man comes from Yahuwah. It's somewhere in Marshall.
Oh, go ahead and try to find that. So
Yeah,
while
let me
we're
find it.
still a sinner, when we're in the mind of the flesh, the conscious mind is absolutely controlling the inner man, especially if you haven't been given enough truth to combat the conscious mind. Then the inner man is weak. He has nothing to fight with. But once this inner man's been given enough truth, he can overcome the conscious mind and take over and actually become stronger than the flesh, the conscious mind. And then the inner man becomes the stronger. But at first, the conscious mind is in full control. And when in other words, you're in the mind of the flesh. And then if you die that way, in that condition, then the flesh and the spirit man will both be thrown into Gehenna together and destroyed. But see, what happens is the inner man starts being fed truth. It makes him stronger. And pretty soon he overwhelms the conscious mind and he becomes stronger. And at this point, Yahuwah sets you apart. And so he divides the inner man from the conscious mind. Okay. And so that you are no longer the slave to the mind of the flesh, but opposed to it. And then all of a sudden the inner man gets stronger and stronger. When the more truth that feeds the inner man, the stronger he gets, pretty soon he takes over, and then he becomes more powerful than the conscious mind. But Yahuwah does not have to, he doesn't have to communicate with the conscious mind to talk to the inner man. He can talk directly to the inner man without even disturbing the conscious mind. That's how powerful Yahuwah is. Okay. Did you find it yet, Sandra?
No, I just found it says, to man belongs the preparations of the heart, but from Yahuwah is the answer of the tongue. All the ways of man are clean in his own eyes, but Yahuwah weighs the ruachs.
Go ahead, Chance.
Something that came to me as you were speaking there, Mark, is the word of Yahuwah is sharper than any two-edged sword, able to cut all the way into the heart, dividing the flesh from the being. That's all.
That's right. set apart. Once he severs the flesh and the bones from the inner man, from your inner being, you're set apart, man. And then he seals you for the day of redemption. And that way, the inner man's powerless to sin. Although the fleshly man will continue to crave sin because that's what he feeds on. So you still have to punch him in the nose every day, keep him at bay. Fight a battle with your flesh every single day to keep it weakened. The subconscious mind or the inner man becomes much more powerful, especially the more truth given it. See, at first, your ruach just doesn't have enough truth to battle the conscious mind, the flesh. It's like a little kid, man. An infant, not even born yet, really. And the conscious mind is like an adult because the inner man just doesn't have enough truth to fight the flesh. But once he's given that flesh and he grows and grows and becomes a mature spirit, then he's able to overcome the conscious mind. And the conscious mind, guess what happens then? The inner man begins to grow stronger and stronger every single day and maintains its youth, while the fleshly man, the conscious mind, becomes weaker and weaker because he becomes older and older, becomes an old man, frail and weak, and pretty soon he even dies. But the inner man doesn't. He gets stronger and stronger and more powerful every single day. Amazing, isn't it? All right. Thoughts, comments, questions? Chance, go ahead.
I like that verse where it says, "Do not be conformed to the world, but be transformed by the renewing of your mind." That's always a really good one to go back on. It's being sealed from death and able to serve life. You're not slave to death anymore, bearing fruit to death. You've been sealed and can walk in newness of life.
All right. Anybody else? I think let's look at, let me see something here. Yeah. Sandra, did you find that verse you're looking for yet?
No, I'm still looking.
All right. Anybody else? Thoughts, comments, or questions?
Yeah. Hey, Mark, do you have off the top of your head, who is this Baal? Who do they say? I know he's false, but what kind of person did they say this thing was? Because I'm looking at it from the, yeah.
He was I believe he was a Phoenician god of thunder, I think. What he was.
I'm looking at it from our father's language, and it looks like inward power. Look at that. Inward power. So some kind of false deity giving you some inward power, False. So you're inside, you're believing this thing is powerful. So you're worshiping inward power. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Beit Aleph. B-A and then A-L. But all, inward power. Pretty, it's a power that was created by man inwardly. Not even anything to be reckoned with. Huh, interesting.
Well, all these different mythologies, these myths, these false mighty ones, Zeus, Jupiter, all of them, they're nothing to be fear because they're not real. Obviously they're not real, and so you don't have to be afraid of them. But the problem is when you call on all these names of all these different mighty ones, although they have no power because they're not real, what you do is you're calling on a name that's assigned to a demon. And some of them are assigned to Satan himself. And so when you call on those names, they have the right to answer and acknowledge you. And so you're opening up the door to allow them to come in because you're calling on their name. And they have a lot of names. And so all these false mighty ones can't hurt you. They're nothing to be afraid of. But when you peel back all the onions of the layer, or you look behind the curtain, there's Satan or a demon staring you in the face, because that's who you're really calling on, because those names are assigned to them, and therefore they have the right to answer when you call on them names. You see what I'm saying?
It's like opening a door. You're opening a door into yourself, like for even the religious stuff right now. When you call upon Holy Ghost and all this stuff, you're opening a door to, you don't even know what you're opening up to. You could be inviting this Holy Roman Empire demon, for all you know. You know what I mean? That was probably divinated in Rome to specifically lead you astray into the... Yeah, I can go on a tangent on that real deep, but you know what I mean.
Go ahead, Ross.
They say that the stuff that they're spraying in the clouds, the chemtrails, are barium and aluminum Baal. Because that's the initials BA and then AL.
Go the one. Go the one.
Yeah, I've heard that before. That's some kind of weird thing going on like that. I can't quite remember how it all goes. Tell you to go ahead.
Yeah, just about the inward power thing. When you said that, the first thing I thought of is self-idolatry, the idolization of the self, and also, Satanism. Apparently, what it is do what thy will. So do what you think is right. You're not seeking out Yahuwah. So it would make sense, this idea that the two characters are saying inner and power, but you're talking about inward, like you're the one feeling powerful or whatever, and that's what all of the false mighty ones are, because they're not real, right? It's Yahuwah's the one who's powerful. He's the only one. So anything that's not worshiping Yahuwah is basically could be considered like self-idolatry.
Yeah. Anybody else?
Yeah, that's interesting that you said that, because Yahuwah says you've tried to get my people to forget my name for BAAL, your inward power, like your inner, you know what I mean? So that's pretty powerful. Wow. Thanks for that.
Anybody else? Thoughts, comments, questions? Okay. Let's continue on, Sandra.
Barashith, Genesis chapter 20, verse 8. So Abimelech rose early in the morning and called all his servants and spoke all these words in their hearing. And the men were greatly frightened. And Abimelech called Abraham and said to him, what have you done to us? And what have I sinned against you, that you have brought on me and on my reign a great sin? What you have done, you have done things to me that should not be done. And Abimelech said to Abraham, what did you have in view that you have done this matter? And Abraham said, only because I said to myself, the fear of Yahuwah Elohim is not in this place. They shall kill me for the sake of my Asher. And yet she is truly my sister. She is the daughter of my father and not the daughter of my mother. And she became my Asher. And it came to be when Elohim caused me to wander from my father's house that I said to her, this is your kindness to me that you should do for me in every place, wherever we go. Say of me, he is my brother. Then Abimelech took sheep and cattle, male and female servants, gave them to Abraham, and he returned Sarah, his Asher, to him. And Abimelech said, see, my land is before you. Dwell wherever it is good in your eyes. And to Sarah he said, see, I have given your brother 1,000 pieces of silver. See, it is to you a covering of eyes before all who are with you, before all others, and you are cleared before everyone. And Abraham prayed to Elohim, and Elohim healed Abimelech and his Asher and his female servant, so they bore children. For Yahuwah had closed up all the wombs of the house of Abimelech, house of Sarah, Abraham's Asher. Wow.
Wow. Go ahead, Phyllis.
That answered, I think it was June. She was wondering if Abimelech knew Yahuwah before. And apparently, he didn't. Abraham said, I know you not to have, trust and, obey, excuse me, Elohim.
The fear of Elohim is not in this place. I mean, I'm really, I don't know what to even really think about what Abraham did here, but the boy Yahuwah sure jumped all over protecting Sarah, even though Abraham didn't. And seeing that, Abraham relinquished, his protection over Sarah, but boy, Yahuwah didn't. He was all over it, man. What do y'all think of that? Yeah, Yahuwah wouldn't have any part of that, man. If this guy, this sovereign Abimelech, would have actually taken Sarah's wife and got her pregnant, boy, that would have really put a monkey wrench in Yahuwah's gears, wouldn't it? So Yahuwah was all over that, man. He wasn't going to have anything to do with that. And this guy here, that dream he had must have been mind blowing, because he freaked out. And not only he gave he had those curses coming on him, man. He couldn't give Abraham enough sheep and cattle and servants and silver and everything, and even land. He said, see my land before you, dwell wherever you want. Go get it, man. He was scared to death of whatever Yahuwah revealed to him in this dream, blew that guy away, man. And he believed in Elohim very quickly, feared him, scared to death of him. But you notice in 17, and Abraham prayed to Elohim, and Elohim healed Abimelech and his Asher and his female servants, and they bore children. You had closed up their wombs because of Sarah. And so here again, Abraham's intercessory prayer caused Elohim to act, and he granted the petition. Powerful, man. I was going.
So I don't know. I found it an interesting chapter, this one, because I mean, maybe you can help me out. Because in the beginning of 20, in verse number 2, and Abraham said concerning Sarah his Asha, she's my sister. Well, how did we even got there? Like where are they that Abimelech got involved? Which I don't understand. Why did Abimelech want to take Sarah? Sarah, she's like over 90 something years old. Why will he wants to take the old lady? I don't like that part. I'm kind of confused. Why will Abimelech sees value on her?
She was good looking.
Yeah, Sarah was really a good looking woman, man, even in her old age. But no, he left.
Being like
Abraham left from where he was at, and he went south.
Correct.
And he settled in this guy's territory. And even at her old age, she was a real good looking, fine looking woman.
Oh,
she was built like a brick house. She was a brick house. Made the older man wish for younger days.
Must have been, yeah.
Yeah, she must have been. Well, it says she was. She was very beautiful. Yeah.
All right. Okay. Yeah, because it was like a little bit like well, it's like she's over 90 something years old. It's like, what did Abimelech say? Saul and Sarah to try to like take her. Okay.
Yeah. It says, let me see if it says, yeah. And these are all the years of Abraham's life, which he lived 175. So Abraham lived to be 175. I thought it said how old Sarah was when she died, but maybe it didn't. I thought it did. Maybe not. Anyway, if Abraham lived to be 175, I'd say Sarah probably lived pretty long too.
Yeah, and Sarah lived 127 years.
Oh, where you see that? I knew it was in there.
23.
23?
Chapter 23.
Oh, yeah. And Sarah lived 127 years, the years of the life of Sarah. And so, she was probably still fairly good looking then at that age.
Only reasonable explanation, I'm sure.
Yeah, it had to be. Enough to got that king excited, for sure. Abraham lived to be 175. He lived, quite a bit longer than Sarah, didn't he? And then he remarried and had 6 other kids too. And he was over 100, So when she died, they must have been around that same age when she died. So, and then he took another wife and had 6 more children at that age. So must have had good genes back then. The gene pool was much better, I think. Go ahead, Ross.
He was only 10 years older than Sarah.
Okay, so he was 137 when Sarah died.
Yeah.
Then he married and had 6 more kids at 137 years old. And then died at 175. So, wow. Good gene pool. That's all I know. Good genes back then. Any other comments, thoughts, questions on this? Interesting. Wow. I don't know why we almost have to stop here. I mean, 21's real deep, man. A lot to talk about 21. I don't know. Maybe not. Yeah. Y'all want to keep going, or you feel like doing a marathon today, or you want to just cut it off and come back next week? There's a lot to 21. It's up to y'all. Don't matter to me. Want to run a marathon, or you want to stop and get a drink of water? Which one? You want to fall out or keep running?
Well, we're voting that we wait till next week because we want to hit that fresh, and we don't want to miss anything. So we don't want to be too tired.
Yeah, I agree with June.
Yeah, we don't want to be too tired to
What do you want to do?
wait till next week.
You have to do what?
Well, we don't want to be too tired to get in.
Oh.
Yeah, we don't. Our brains are already going. We got everything
I
spinning.
know. The 21's heavy too, man. There's a lot of animosity here between Yitzhak and Ishmael and the different tribes.
Sister June.
Yeah, I think we're good. Anybody else? Thoughts, comments, questions about today's study? We're going to stop right here.
I do have a thought or comment.
Okay.
I don't know. I was thinking about it throughout the whole study of how to explain it.
Well, you're not going to badmouth Speedy, are you?
No.
Oh, okay.
No, this actually has to do a lot with what Chance has been bringing up to the table.
Oh, I got you.
Yeah. So, but it's in regards to everything, and especially that chapter where we were discussing about Lot's wife and Lot's daughter, and it made me really think about. So there's two aspects of this thought. The first one is what Chance has been bringing up to the table, which is the pictorial Hebrew language, which is the root Hebrew language is pictorial based, meaning it's written in a certain level of pictures, right? When you see the icons, the letters, they are, you can say it's a picture of something, right? Because it describes a hand, or it describes a door, or it describes it's a symbol of something. And I've been giving thought to this because it just seems to me that so I follow this other guy. He's a Hebrew guy that explains the Bible, but he explains it in Hebrew and then in Spanish. So I'm also listening it from another language perspective, and then I try to translate it into my own English if I wanted to explain it to Talitha. And it just seems that when we are reading certain things in English, like today's chapter about Lot and Lot's daughter, English is a very static language, it seems like it. Because each word seems to, defines the action. But when you actually, when you read it, or when you put it on perspective with Hebrew of what Chance was actually showing with the word Shatan, is motion. Each word or each letter that composes a word, it's moving to give action to the whole, whether it is the actual word or whether it is a sentence, right? So, for example, this guy that I follow, he was explaining in Hebrew the Exodus from Mitzrayim. When you read it in Hebrew, not Paleo Hebrew, but in Hebrew, he explains it in a way that it was more like a bird. And the plaques, when you look at the root meaning of those words, I mean, of course, I'm quoting him, so I'm not 100% sure about this, but it made a lot of sense to me. When you look at the plaques, and according to the root description of each word, they are contractions of a birth. And the 7 contractions, which are the plaques, lead to the birth of the child, which has to go through the canal. And for that, the waters break. And this is where the water broke in the sea. The sea broke, so Yahuwah broke the water, so the child, Israel, can walk through the canal and being born, right? And he's explaining this, each word, he's giving an explanation in Hebrew, the Hebrew root meaning, and then, of course, he says it in Spanish. He's explaining this in Spanish, right? But with this and what Chance has been kind of like, and this is very bold what I'm saying, but it just seems to me that there is a very high level of value in diving into learning Hebrew, or even just getting into a little bit better understanding of this, because it just seems to me that there is something way more, there's way more deep understanding by going into this reasoning of learning this alphabet. Like, there is something special about this, and I say it to Chance, it's like, there is something very interesting about this that I've never given thought to it until this was brought up to me, because it actually makes a lot of sense. Because it seems like Hebrew really, like, it's very difficult to contain. It's very difficult to contain the meaning of the word without actually having the whole context behind it, because the words are joining according to the action of what is taking place behind, right? Because it's like a cartoon up to a degree. It's like each motion of each word is actually creating the whole context behind of what we're reading here. So, for instance, the word garden, this guy was explaining, and just sharing with you guys. The word garden is from the word root. I think he was saying fence, but the word Eden, he was saying that ultimately at the root translates into eternal or delight, which he put it on this position of, it's not necessarily a place. So it was it's the delightful place where Yahuwah is. And then he set up a fence, a place to contain man within that eternal place, right? But he's explaining this, pointing at, like, showing the words in Hebrew. Of course, they're not as pictorial as Paleo Hebrew, and then the words are moving like if it's kind of like a cartoon, just like showing you how, according to what you want to say, the word is transforming to give you the full meaning of context. And I mean, of course, he's saying this in Spanish, and he was also explaining, it's like, how much are we losing to trying to define certain words in our language, right? So anyway, I just wanted to share that with you guys, because I actually think it's been very eye-opening for me. So, we were talking about this chapter about Lot and the daughters, and we are just like in full-on speculation of like, what could have it been, that what it really meant. And really, I was just like, I was praying to Yahuwah in that moment of like I will really want to know the truth and more meaning towards this. And it really comes down to like really getting deeper into our own study of Hebrew language. But anyway, I just wanted to share that. Thank you, Mark. Thank you, everybody.
Thanks. Oz, I'd like to share one with you real quick. I just went over. Look at this one. So you watch that, you see the arrows? The arrows right here.
Yeah.
I know it's backwards. You can't read it, but look, it's a door, a wall, and a man. This has to do with being scattered or outcasted. Go outside, man. Go outside the wall. Here's the door. Go outside. Wait, go outside, man. You know what I mean? This has to do with scatter or to be outcasted. When Yahuwah tells you to go, here's the door. Go outside the wall, man. You see that? How it and this is called daha. Daha means to be scattered or to go outside. But yeah, I see what you're saying, Oz. It's go outside the fence, man, to be scattered. This is to be scattered. We were sent. Go outside the wall, man. Daha.
Yeah, but this is what I'm saying. Is like when you go down to like Paleo Hebrew, it's like it seems very. It's like pictures. It's like pictorial writing in the beginning. That's what it was. That's what it was like. Like it was written, I guess, on the stone. It was like these sort of pictures in the beginning, right? Giving this
So
motion text.
it's been some strain here because each of these signs have a significant meaning. Oz, like if you see a picture of a door, what is a door? We enter through a door, we exit through a door. It's an open space, it's an opening. Depending on, its context, there's so much just behind that one door, So, yeah, it's tough. We have to get the understanding from Abba, it's otherwise we're going to find ourselves getting snared by man,
There is a comment here in the Rich Hill Gilly. A picture is worth 1,000 words. That is like it's true up to a degree. It's like anyway. I'm just. It was a great study. Thank you so much, Mark.
Yeah.
Thank you, everybody.
Yeah. Thanks, Mark.
Yeah, it's an awesome study today and last night.
Yeah, we appreciate your labors, Mark.
All steam to Yahusha. All steam
Funny.
to Yahusha. Yeah. Is there any other thoughts, comments, or questions on today's study? How about last night? Any thoughts, comments, or questions on last night's study?
Yeah, I thought you did a great job, Mark, and I appreciate your labors. You know what I found myself doing here is a lot of the words you were using were so dang big. I had to go on Google and look up half these words. I said, "Isn't this a diversion in itself?" You know what I mean? Like super. You know what I mean? You got the whole alphabet contained in these words, and I'm like, "What in the world is this word here? What is this word?" And I'm like, "Man, no wonder we're so beat up out here. Is we just."
Yeah.
But you broke it down quite well and made it realistic. Whereas, somebody like me with I need clarity in my brain, and you come up to me with monotheistic. Oh man, you already hit me over the head. Whap! I'm already down. So, tell me one, the belief in one. That's better. But you go hit me with the monotheistic. I'm out of here. You already hit me on the head. Whap! I got a big old bump up here. So.
Well, that's part of what they do. They're theologians, they're scholars, they're professors, they're smart people, so they get to use these words this long, and then to put the icing on the cake, they'll talk to you in Latin, like you're really supposed to understand Latin, right? So that's just what they do to help conceal, the falsehood in the wormwood, and it's just what they do.
What I told Oz, I said, if somebody makes a cupcake and licks the frosting off of it and brings it out in the living room and tells you it's a muffin, how do you know the difference? I want the cupcake. Give me my cupcake. Quit giving me these muffins.
Stop eating my icing, man. I did that to my brother one time. Made the icing on his cake, made him cry when we were kids. Anyway, yeah, I mean that's a good point, really. Anybody else?
It fit perfect for me because earlier this week there was a fellowship that I had been invited to. First thing that happened on that day was that they celebrate their Sabbath during the week at some time because they had heard from the Father Yahuwah, quotation marks, that the month actually does start on the first day of the month, and then they count the days after that. That's how they figure it, because the Father said that you can't trust the sun and the moon. But anyway, the second thing that came up was they said something about that they were three separate beings. And I said, you believe in three and not one? I said, Yahuwah is one. And then we had a discussion. Two people left. I didn't even get to say everything. I only got to say two things. And then it was supposed to have another fellowship that night. They didn't allow me back in. So they didn't want to hear that. They didn't, and they're new to Yahuwah. So they just didn't want to hear anything about him being one.
Yeah. Yeah, because they don't get it, you know. That's how the fleshly mind works.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they have to see it and understand it in the way that the fleshly mind operates, because they don't have enough truth to overcome it. You know, and they're stuck in that fleshly mind. In that fleshly mind, there's a father, there's a son, there's a mother. Those are three individuals. You know. And there's some people out there that really twist scripture, and they'll actually start saying that we're all from the mother, not the father, you know. And the Ruach's the mother. I mean, they go crazy with that mind of the flesh stuff, trying to make it fit into their reality, their understanding, rather than trying to learn Yahuwah's teachings through his mind, you know, through his knowledge. They try to make it fit into their own knowledge, understand it in their own wisdom, you know, man's wisdom. That's where they get messed up, really. But yeah, cool. Anything else? Thoughts, comments, questions? Last night's study, today's study, nothing at all. Nice seeing y'all again. See y'all next week. Brother Lou. Brother Lou. Got Lou on my mind. Brother Joe, you want to take us out, man?
Yes, sir. Yahuwah bless you and guard you. Yahuwah make his face shine upon you and show favor to you. Yahuwah lift up his face upon you and give you peace. Thus they shall put my name on the children of Israel, and I myself shall bless them.
Baruch haba b'shem Yahuwah.
Daddy.
Baruch haba b'shem Yahuwah.
Baruch haba b'shem.
Thank you for last
yes,
night.
Thank
today.
you for everything. We love you
Chance,
all.
Oz, Roz.
Thank
Sandy.
you. Bye. See y'all next week. And I'll send that to you, June.
Thank you. Oz. Yeah.
Hey,
Love y'all.
Stay warm.
It look like it's summer over there.
80 degrees.
80 today. Yeah.
Nice.
Tomorrow, 60 degrees.
Yeah, we're gonna get the cold weather starting this
That's
week.
the truth.
So
It's dropping.
it's gonna drop 20 degrees before tomorrow. So.
Oh man. Okay,
All right.
well we're ready.
We're good.
Yahuwah.
Love y'all.
All right. We love you guys.
Love you guys.
Stay in touch.
Bye.
Bye,
Bye.
See y'all later.
Bye, Raz.
Bye.
How's it going, Mark?